quite necessarily positioned the same place. Shackle with a huge kick onto Omen, shut down the Azir. He's able to get that shuffle off in time, which means that Nord could take over the rest of the fight. 2X is skirting backward here with the Aphelios. Gate to the red-white gun. He's over to the green-white, but the rest of his team is dying around him. Triple kill for Hino. Quadra kill for Hino.
Yeah, they're going to throw everything down in. They jump. The knockup lands onto Puya immediately. Zapdo low HP. Denboxy jumps back, and that is a 1-for-1 trade. All ready to kick it off. Shikari gets the knockup. Ruddy catches two with a huge ultimate. Denboxy immediately jumps into the backline. Let's go a little bit wide. Use on the flank. They're coming in. Chimera's jumping in with him. Maggie's gone. Stolen away with the Ashar. Utes able to finish up Gooby. Equalizer goes down. Ragnar throws out the Featherstorm. Tax is going to try and look to get onto him, but it's so hard to do so. The feathers are everywhere. He can't pull them back, but they all flash forward. Feathers locking Taxer in place. A triple kill though onto Nita. He's keeping the pressure up. A quadra kill.
The side there. Crucial to this Fiddlesticks' game plan that he goes unspotted as he goes for the engages. And that one looks absolutely beautiful. A double kill, triple kill for Zapdo.
This giant purple one is gonna. Oh, there's the flashing game. Oh, the
no way! Did he pull that one off? Huge ultimate, the shockwave response though by Unicorn. Nature saved the day. Double kill picked up here onto Gooby. Rusty Sam is trying to get the damage off. There's the triple. There's the quadra. Gooby is going for the penta. He's going to try and jump over the wall. Unicorn, can he escape? Penta kill over to Gooby.
Dropping the ball a little bit, allowing that Rift Tower charge to come through, but if they can get an engage here, they're going to be A-okay. Ragnar going to get pulled in by the Magnet Storm, knocked into the skies as well, but the damage isn't following up from fourth wall. Jimray gets in there with a massive Pop Blossom, but over one shot Chimera. Catchcock with the ult, double kill for the cannon, ace for Nord, no one dies.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC playoffs. My name is Wheat and today we have an absolute banger of a series waiting for you in Nord versus Ruddy, and to guide you through this series today I have three lovely people on the desk with me as well. So first of all, welcome back Foxdrop. This was not necessarily supposed to happen. Veteran is having some internet issues today, but luckily we have you on the desk joining us today.
Yes, you can't have Veteran, but you'll have Veteran Light. I'll do my best to be as analytical and obnoxious as possible in his stead.
So Hibrain, yesterday was something. I think that's safe to say. It was something, but today we have the teams that make something from nothing, right? Like you're looking at this Ruddy roster coming with a lot of unknown names. You're looking at the Nord roster. They blew everything up, brought in a ton of rookies, awesome players that have been out in the NLC for a while, and now they're in playoffs. What should we expect?
The polar opposite of yesterday, if all things go to plan. I think yesterday, honestly, you know, besides a bunch of issues that we did have, you know, technical problems going on at hand, I also think the teams played a very slow and genuinely they both looked quite scared to play the game because they were terrified of losing the AMEA spot. And I think that led into 5 pretty uninteresting games, if I'm going to be completely brutally honest. Nothing really happened. A lot of the wins weren't one team outplaying the other. It was just one team making a mistake and the other team kind of punishing them on that and then snowballing that into a Nexus explosion. I think we're in for a very different thing when it comes to Nord and Ruddy. I feel both these teams have relatively diverse champion pools. I think we were talking about it off air. Obviously, Zapdo's the one who comes to mind with that Master Yi jungle, but we know the Indecision has things like the Nocturne that they can pull out in the jungle as well. I think the mid laner pool is super fun when you look at MV Carry. Loves those kind of melee Yasuo style mid laners as well. So I think we're in for a way more explosive and a way more fun game. I'm glad you hit on the rookies as well, because I feel both teams are fielding some rookies here and there. And these rookies have been really stand out. I mean, they've made it to playoffs on both sides for Ruddy and Nord. So realistically, I think we're in for a way faster paced series. I hope it goes to 5. But this time I'm not going to need a pillow to get myself all ready for bed, because I think these are going to be absolute banger games. Nord and Ruddy on the final week of the regular season were on fire. It was so much fun, all of their games to watch. And I'm expecting the same. I'm really excited for this series. I think yesterday was the snoozer, but now it's time to wake up because we're in for an absolute banger series.
Yeah, and Ruddy, I kind of, well, let's like kind of touch on these two teams, right? Because I think that one of the most interesting things that are going to happen in this series is when we're looking into the bot lane. And for me, more importantly, the support matchup actually is going to be super important. Pui in the bot lane for Ruddy maybe have been the best player all throughout the NLC, depending on who you're asking, right? I saw previous NLC coach Demp on Twitter, like his entire ranking of like 41 through number 1, and he had Pui up there as like his best performing player so far this season. Kind of like, what does Pui bring to the table for this Ruddy roster?
Just consistent engages and a way to start a fight. And with a team or with a team like Ruddy, where their compositions can vary so frequently in what their compositions do, having Pui be your consistent engager, whether or not it's looking for fights or know when to go for those fights, sort of on a cognizant level, thinking about when to engage and being able to tell that to the team. He's always been the person that has looked to be actively engaging, and we've got him played the most games on Rakan and just absolutely dominating every single one of them that he pulls out. Always looks like a stellar carry for the team, even though he's not doing the damage. He's making sure that they are the ones that are finding fights. And then I think on the flip side, when we look at the matchup specifically versus Seneca, Seneca's also had his highlights, but the reason that we don't talk about these two supports in the same vein is that Seneca's also had a couple of those lowlights, where it is, oh, I've overextended one too many steps on Nautilus and I don't quite have the ways to get out. Leona as well, same sort of thing. So Seneca's had the great engages, but paired as well with being caught, where for Pui, that's not quite been the case.
I think coming into this series as well, it's similar to yesterday where I think we were very natives leaning. And honestly, how natives won that series is kind of beyond me. I feel like that was Verdant who lost it more than natives won it. But I think going into this series, it's a similar thing where I feel we're all kind of Ruddy leaning. When you look at the history between Nord and Ruddy, Ruddy have the 2-0 over them. I think you run down that lineup of like players and you're like, Kakos is good, but I just feel like Sheehan's a little bit better. Envy Carry, I just think kind of outclasses Omen a little bit. Toaster Hido, I mean, Toaster's got quite a lot of experience on him. Pui, I actually did put as my MVP for support and maybe MVP overall. I can't remember exactly who I put there, but I think he was at least in my top 3 for my overall MVPs. I feel where Nord can actually find a tactical advantage over Ruddy is these wide champ pools can be a bit of a curse as well as a blessing at the same time. It means they're hard to ban out, but they could fall victim to their own draft. I mean, week 1, we look at Ruddy pulling out that Master Yi and Zapdo kind of just sprinting it. It was an absolutely garbage pick. It didn't work. So I feel like in a best of 5 scenario, I'm curious to see how Ruddy can adapt to this, because I feel there's going to be maybe a little bit of kind of growing pains on drafting for these best of 5s. And I feel if Nord are going to find the win, it's catching Ruddy out in their own game, where Ruddy are trying to draft something a little bit wacky, a little bit fun, and Nord could maybe just beat them with, you know, a smarter draft. So I feel like that's where we're going to be looking for an advantage in this game, and then Nord to play it right, while Ruddy maybe put themselves into a bit of a disadvantage, because I feel like if we just go traditional drafts on both sides, I feel Ruddy have the advantage here.
Yeah, so you said all of us was pretty Ruddy leaning, so let's look at the predictions here, because that's going to be the easiest way to kind of explain that. You can kind of see my lead is kind of in danger again today here, because if Nord takes home this series in a 3-2, I am most likely losing my lead here, but it is safe to say that outside of Aragon and Middlecut, no one here believes Nord will win this series, but Ruddy and Hibrin as well. You guys believe that Nord win game 1, and Ruddy, why do you think Nord will win game 1?
I do think that Jake hit on some of the issues that I think Ruddy may come into. Throughout regular season, their drafts have been inconsistent at best, and they've been relying very heavily on their outplay capability to get them wins in the regular season. Up against Nord, that may not be good enough for them. I really value Hido as that bot lane carry for this for the Nord roster. I think that if you fail to draft appropriately to shut him down, you can quite easily see yourself losing a game or even 2.
I agree. I think game 1 is where we're going to see something spicy come out from Ruddy, and I feel like it's going to be a bit of a coin toss. Like, again, like the Master Yi, like you could pick it up and then have an absolutely amazing game and win that game. But I feel realistically what's going to happen is Nord are probably going to try and play a pretty as traditional and as good a strong power picks as possible and look to catch Ruddy out on that game 1. I feel that both of these teams, even though statistically Ruddy have that advantage of the 2-0 in the regular season, I do think they're actually relatively close. So I do think it's going to be all the way to 5 this time around. I think we're in for a banger. I pray we're in for a banger. I believe we're in for a banger. It's not going to be like yesterday. We're going to have sore throats by the end of the day, boys.
And speaking of yesterday, let's look at a bracket here, because yesterday, as we're talking about, we did see that Native took down Verdun, and now we have Ruddy going up against Nord. It's best out of 5 here as well. And Foxdrop, as the guys have been talking about, a lot of nerfs yesterday in terms of like the fact that you had direct spot to EMEA Masters in some capacity. That's not underlined today here. So do you think that allows the teams here to play more freely?
Yeah, I do think that you've got a, with less pressure, you can always just have a little bit more wiggle room. But at the same time, if you are trying to challenge for those spots eventually, then you don't want to. You spent all the regular season getting to playoffs. You don't want to just flounder at the first hurdle. And I want to echo the sentiments of what Hiprin and Ruddy have both said. Like, I think this is going to be really equal. This is what's, both these teams know that this entire series is up for grabs. Nord started 2 and 4, but they've won 3 of their last 4 games. Ruddy had a bit of a better start as well. So I do think, despite, they're pretty much equal in the standings as well. It's just these teams are exceptionally well matched. And it's really too hard to call. The fact that Ruddy and Hiprin have both gone for a Ruddy win means I obviously have to vote for Nord in this one. But I agree, I don't think it's going to be a quick 3-0 in any way. I think we're off for a long series.
In the bot lane, we are actually, speaking of the bot lane here, I'll let you guys talk about that, because we need to go to picks and bans, because those are pretty important for how you play League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm very excited to get into these picks and bans. I hope we do get a bit of spice. I'm very happy to see both the Rel and the Rumble banned away. Rumble had a 100% win rate yesterday, so I actually feel like the teams should have learned from that, at least from watching yesterday. Ban that Rumble, don't let it through. It might be tradable with other things, but Rumble just seems to have so much power in those team fights. Good Poppy ban as well, denying that from the likes of Kakos, who likes to play, that kind of absorbent top lane style.
Yeah, and it is a flex pick as well, right? Indecision would be able to pilot it in that jungle. Love to see these target bans already, though, from Ruddy, taking away the Poppy for one. Would like to see Nord try and take away this Yasuo here. Either that, or they've spent a little bit of time in this postseason drafting something and preparing something that can go against the Yasuo. NV carriers pretty much only won only when he's got his hands on the Windmaster in the mid lane. So it certainly makes a lot of sense if they want to ban that one away.
And if they leave it open, they also then have to fear about things like the Sejuani. These kind of, like the supportive junglers who can play so well with the melee mid laner. So it's something they do have to keep their mind on. Nord now looking to put through their final ban before we see who Ruddy want to be picking up there. It is going to be that Rakan. Remember, we saw yesterday a lot of presence on red side. Trading that 1 power pick for the 2 power picks in response was a hyper powerful thing here. So we'll see what Nord are going to be looking to pick up as their 2 picks, but over to Ruddy, thinking about what they're going to play in the jungle most likely here as a first pick Sejuani. I think we might get a Yasuo out of MV carry.
I mean, this is also a flex for MV carry, right? He has played Sejuani in the mid lane once.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I want to
the Master Yi angle again.
Yeah, I don't want to put that evil out there, but no, it's most likely going over to Zapdos. It is his most played champion of the split, and also very much an indecision style champion too. So you're kind of taking that one away from him. Responding with that Xayah lock-in, no surprise either. Again, Hido's most played champion so far in this champ sets. We've got a lot of comfort. Both teams resorting to, their most played picks. I'm curious about the Milio as well. Milio has been left open, which is something we often see permaban too. I don't want to say too much about this either. And he did get his little mini rework, and we have seen him pop up a bit more with that ADC in the mid lane. It's not going to be that. Instead, that Azir blind, which I like as well, because this is one of the better matchups into Yasuo, should Ruddy opt into that.
Still, a lot of very high presence picks on the patch that have been just completely left by the wayside at the minute. I'm looking at Kai'Sa, I'm looking at Tristana as 2 picks that Ruddy could look to take if they want to give themselves a consistent source of DPS through these fights. And whilst we've been hyping up MV carry Yasuo, I was going to say, if the comp doesn't match it, you don't have to go for it. He's going to take it anyway. It makes a lot of sense, as we've said. Most played, by far and away, is just the best champ he looks like he's playing on. And when you've got Toaster that can happily pull an Ezreal out of his back pocket, it gives you a lot of pressure in the mid section of the map, because your Ezreal can play quite safe. You know that you're very likely to get a winning style of top lane, because Shihan's going to get a fairly aggressive top laner. Catchcost likely to play a resource non-intensive top laner. You just get a lot of priority into Zapdos MV carry specifically.
And what that means to me when I see an Ezreal is a roaming support, because Ezreal's relatively safe in that bot lane. Obviously has that shift to kind of dodge away, can just play at the distance with his Q. Obviously you do somewhat start to lack wave clear on the side of Ruddy, which could be a major undoing for them here. But if they can get their hands on like a Nautilus, you can just perma-roam mid, then Omen's in for a really, really rough day of it. So we'll see what's going to get banned away here on the side of Nord. I expect to see that support pool get pinched even more. They actually decide to change towards Mr. Spin the Blocks top lane pool, taking away the Darius from him. We'll see what they are going to look to continue to ban. On the other side, it's a hard one to call, actually, because they could also look to pinch the support pool, but that just comes and bites them back because they're not getting first pick on support. I'm interested to see what's going to get banned here. I can't make heads or tails of this.
This is what happens when you've got the three roles being the same on both sides of the draft, right? You can kind of just do whatever you want. It just comes down to preference here. It seems like both of the teams are going to dogpile into top lane bans, which I actually think benefits Catchcost, because I feel like he has, I don't want to necessarily say like a wider pool, but he's been more effective on those like just boring slap me down a you know, just rocking the top side. I mean, it could be Malphite as well, like Catchcost has played that, but not specifically Malphite. Just any of those like tank junglers that just soak up pressure and you just ignore them. Like I feel like that leans more into Nord's strength than Ruddy's, although of course Shihan can do it too. What's really standing out for me in the draft so far, though, is 6 of the 5 champions picked so far are the players most played this split. So much comfort coming through here in game 1. You're not starting off with any curveballs or anything like that. The only exception being that Vi for Indecision, who I'm sure would have been played more, but had an exceptionally high presence when she was OP, and then kind of got nerfed pretty hard with that ultimate cooldown. So yeah, that's a bit of a spanner here, but it's going to be it is instead going to be that kind of dog tanky top for Catchcost here. Interestingly, only played 1 game of Cassante, but it will be him in the top.
Still looking for AP here on Ruddy's side, right? Gwen, a good answer to the Cassante typically. Kennen as well, still open if Shihan wants a little bit more team fight tools available to him. Means that you need, like we said, this magic damage to come through from that top side. Get to see Shihan pull out the Gwen, have a nice favourable matchup once you get to that level 6 mark. Feel very comfortable taking these trades and trying to play split push as well. 1-3-1s in abundance here for Ruddy. We've mentioned their lack of wave clearing. The mid lane potentially with this Ezreal. That doesn't really matter if you're playing through all 3 lanes, and the siege can never come through for Nord.
Yeah, I think that's going to really be the game plan here. The Braum, the final pickup here. Pretty safe there on that bot side, but also, you know, it can move around the map, especially when you've got that Ezreal. I'm really liking what Ruddy have put together here. I think there is a clear weakness that we've highlighted in the wave clear department. When you're playing into the likes of a Xayah and Azir, if they do find themselves just trying to siege as a big group, they're never going to touch those towers without Baron. But there's a bit of team fighting, there's a bit of side laning that can come out. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, though, Rude Dude, on this Nord draft, because this feels, you know, a little bit more traditional to me. Yes, Vi's not been meta for a while, ever since kind of a bunch of nerfs came in on her, and also just Zeri kind of fell out of the meta a little bit. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on what do you feel about this Nord lineup and how the game plan is going to be for these guys.
So I actually really like the Nord draft this time round. They've got 2 really staple backliners with Melio buffing them up. We've got a decent enough front line with Vi and Cassante, and then I look at what Nord have got, or what Ruddy have got to answer that. What's their dive tools looking like? In terms of knockups, right, the Astro's the one who wants to dive, get onto that backline. It's not easy for him to get access this game. He's working with pretty much his own wind wall or Zapdo going for a Q flash onto the backline, and then you need really good communication for that. Odds of a Bromel knocking somebody up fairly low, generally speaking. So I actually really like what Nord have got going for themselves here. A lot of safety in that backline and not a whole lot of target access for Ruddy either.
What are your thoughts, Foxy?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree here. Actually, I really like what Nord's put together. And I think it also plays into the strengths of this team as a whole. I think we mentioned Hido just being fantastic as a bot lane carrier, consistent win condition for Nord. And they've got the tools to make him succeed. You know, they can create space for this Xayah. Xayah Emilio is a really strong combo. Emilio is still very strong as a support too. So, yeah, I think it's looking good for Nord. Ruddy obviously have a lot of comfort in their picks and definitely don't want to write them off. But yeah, I think this is a good start for Nord here in this draft.
They've got a ton more nerfs as well on 13-14, right? Because there were the the nerfs that came through for 13-13, and I was preaching to anybody that would listen, these nerfs were fake. They did not matter at all. The champ's still absolutely bonkers. So happy to see it get picked up here. I really like that you called it out at the top of the draft and that we get to see it sort of come through paired with a hyper-scaling AD carry, because it is just going to scale into oblivion as we get later on.
I think for me, when you look at the drafts, it feels like Nord have got themselves, you know, a comp with very clear kind of win conditions, team, but, you know, it's relatively simple to understand the play pattern and how they're going to be, you know, what they're going to be doing once we've kind of moved out of laning phase and how their team functions. I feel for the side of Ruddy, it's very much down to like an execution-based thing. The Sejuani is an amazing pick with both the Gwen and the Yasuo solo lanes because it's very easy to stack that passive. You can kind of make the ganks happen using those two tools and then eventually moving into a 1-3-1. But a 1-3-1 is always going to be way harder than a team that can just like one-shot waves and run at you and kind of play the map in that sense. So it's going to really be down to Ruddy to play this execution well. We've highlighted, though, that this is a team who are playing comfort, so they are going to have that element of, it's not like this is the first time Envy Carry's pulled out Yasuo. It's not the first time Sheehan has pulled out that Gwen. I feel these guys have put themselves in a nice, comfortable spot to start the series. We'll have to see if this game is going to go their way or not.
And remember, right, like you say, Jake, Ruddy, not a team that are, you know, first timing Yasuo by any means. Not a team either that have been put into, let's say, draft disadvantages before and still come away with victories. Zapdo, exceptionally proactive in the early game. Very much one of those junglers who will look to find advantages and force them on any sort of notion that if there's a slight chance of a fight, they'll try and take it. Ruddy is a team as 5 as well, very happy to take fights when it looks like it will be disadvantaged and use those better hands to come away with a victory.
Well, it looks like, as expected and has been the meta for a while, we don't really get any early invades or shenanigans. Everyone just kind of starts up that defensive line. What we saw all day yesterday, I don't really expect, unless you have like a very cheesy team, to go for those early plays. Puyi and Toaster, though, are setting up for maybe a little bit of an early poke, using that Winter's Bite and just trying to get as much damage on to somebody if they can make it connect. Hiddo is going to eat that. Just takes a little bit of damage, but some of that damage is going to actually get blocked out as Hiddo does find himself in a bit of danger. Yeah. The Ghost has been popped. The Ignite actually comes in. Oof. The heal to follow. Seneca able to block that next Winter's Bite, meaning he will get away. But now Zapdo maybe playing for an early gank bot side.
Oh, both flashes are still up here, and Zapdo gonna have to jump in really, really quickly. I don't think his teammates will be level 2 either. He's just gonna go in now.
Oh, instant flash from Hiddo, and that's the lane state in a very bad place for Nord. Both summoner spells burnt on the first wave, and it looks like Hiddo just heavily chunked out.
And Indecision is in no spot either to counter jungle to punish Zapdo for that one either. So not too bad there for Ruddy.
Now we need to see if Ruddy can find a return gank down on that bot side, right? Zion, no flash, no ghost. And you've got a window before level 6 where she's exceptionally targetable. Can find first blood for Toast to start that Ezreal scaling and poke into the mid game, coming through a little bit sooner. We'd love to see if Zapdo can clear out just those couple of topside camps that he's going to have, make sure that he's not falling too far behind the curve, but then continue to play around this bot side with your mid lane overlap as well. Can facilitate NV carry if they want to find a gank there, but mainly looking to put Hiddo even further behind.
Absolutely. Well, seeing Kakos just playing this lane in a, as we kind of expect, it's probably just going to be a little bit calmer for a while. Eventually, though, Cian should just be able to get to the point where can probably just run amok with this lane. Is the build path still Riftmaker? It's actually been a hot minute since I've seen a Gwen off the top of my head. It's still Riftmaker, right? You just have like infinite sustain.
Riftmaker, Nash's, and then just like maybe not even Nash's these days. I don't know. Like you can just go flat AP and it still be fine. There's a lot of honestly, there's just good items when you go flat AP on Gwen. The Q just melts people.
Yeah, very powerful. Well, we are seeing Indecision still hovering around that bot side. Obviously, Hiddo was forced out of lane very early. It's currently 12 CS down, but there was a wave crashing into them, so they should be able to equalize some of that farm deficit. But being forced to base on 3 minions is never a good feeling. And Hiddo, who started with Cole, is probably a little bit sad with the current state of everything on that front. As is now going to lose any of that jungle presence as Indecision's moving up towards the top side. And with Envy Carry holding quite a lot of pressure here in this mid lane, it does feel like Zapdo was fairly comfortable just to kind of get some information on where Indecision is. Doesn't really want to take that early kind of exchange or steal attempt yet.
It's just so textbook Zapdo though. Like I think every single game that I've seen him play, if it's somewhat available, he will go for that chicken respawn invade. And oftentimes he's there as it spawns and he's able to just take it away really quickly. Indecision, however, was prepared, so he's able to take it and not have it stolen by Zapdo, who'll just go back into his own jungle here. You can see a little bit of an advantage over to Indecision because Zapdo decided to go down bot. Obviously, the cost of that advantage really depends on what happens to Hido as this game goes on.
Well, they are trying to get some damage down, but that's the power of the Brawn, blocking those feathers from getting placed on the floor. So you lose a lot of that kind of trading power, as Toaster just found out what happens when the feathers are on the floor. And did a good job of actually kind of recuperating, which is a very, very rough start for them. Toaster, though, hasn't actually taken a reset yet, so it's just looking to kind of get that Sheen gold ready for them. As Sheen taking this trade here versus Kakos, building up those Qs, flashing in. Shihan, he's going for the kill, unable to connect it. The minion wave's just a little bit too big, and we'll just trim through that one.
Yeah, I really like the Q flash from Shihan there to try and get enough damage onto Kakos. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the numbers in the back pocket to make that come through. And it's nice to see our top lane is giving us a little bit of skirmish early on as well. Level 5 to level 6 for Ruddy's top lane, so something maybe gone a little bit wrong in terms of collecting experience at some point in the lane, but with that being said, Kakos able to survive the early onslaught.
Oh, Zapdo getting spotted out there as well as he was looking for a potential gank. Indecision also hovering for that countering gank if it does come through. And Vicari does now hit that 6 mark. But Omen also got his, so pretty hard to really jump in, especially when Indecision is just making sure that this wave does crash. As Zapdo looking for the repeat gank to see if he can find an opportunity to jump in. Omen needs to be a little bit careful here. They're starting to stack everything up. They missed the knockup. Beautiful bot back there by Omen. Envy Carry has to flash away. The Seneca's coming in. He's trying to find the damage onto Envy Carries. Envy Carries flashed onto. No way for him to survive. First blood to Omen. Beautifully played.
So nice by Omen there. The sidestep on the tornado and then the shuffle back under tower. God, that was so, like, not only does he get the kill there, like, he denies it from Ruddy, who invested so much time and energy into that play and come out completely blank. Indecision now is pathing around to the bot side, trying to get control of this bot river. Really nice stuff from Omen there for the first blood.
And it's subtle, I think, is the best way of putting it, right? It doesn't seem like a lot to dodge a tornado in a situation like that, but it is the difference there between getting knocked up and ulted and not being able to Shuma Shuffle 2 people back under the turret, and then obviously being able to, finding a kill for yourself as well. Got to credit Seneca for the roam time as well, the cozy campfire there with the extended auto attack range, giving Omon purchase to find that kill in response and give himself first blood. Ruddy, though, they are going to be able to take this first Drake of the game, down about 800 gold at the minute, so Drake's going to feel a little bit nice for them, just making sure that they're grasping some intangibles for the move speed.
Yeah, it was a nice little pickup for them, considering how badly that play had gone. Now Kakos is hovering around MV Carry. He will see him as the top lane Yasuo. I always feel that about... Oh, God, I forgot his name already.
Gisante?
Gisante, thank you.
I had a blank in draft as well for his name. I don't know why.
It's such a blank there. It's got that, like, cube that charges up just like Yasuo.
Yeah. True, actually, and a bit of a flip back as well. Burger flip people with a knockup.
He's top lane tank Yasuo.
Yeah,
high skill expression.
So his buffs. Have you seen that? His flow buff coming through. I don't think that's happening this patch, right? I think that's next patch that will be coming through. Yeah, they're buffing his shield. It's gonna be even tankier.
Oh, yeah, that's what we needed.
Yeah,
honestly. Yeah, Yasuo's getting to the 0-10 power spike later on. That is actually a nerf if we think about it.
Facts. You're so true. That keeps him alive and ruins the 0-10 Smash 5 head. That is right. What are you doing? Don't even know their own game.
They thought it was a buff. They've been fooled by numbers.
Looks like all of the teams actually are looking to try and contest this Herald. It feels like Ruddy, though, don't really have the presence or the power to be able to go for it. First into the river, Nord were able to move, so it does mean that Ruddy are just going to have to kind of play the give this up game. They did get that earlier dragon, though. They have got a wave crashing bot side, so if they can get 2 plates off the back of that, I'm sure they'll be happy enough. And Hido being forced to take the long way back towards his lane, although Seneca might find himself in danger, is going to just play that avoidance game. And Hido losing a lot, while Toaster is able to pick up those 2 plates. And with a wave crashing in again, Hido still doesn't have his support, just getting the damage down onto Toaster. Toaster needs to be careful. They miss out on that ultimate. There's the Featherstorm. There is the teleport. Ruddy able to really burn a lot there and not lose too much for it.
It's a bit of an awkward situation here for Zapdo in that ulti with Sejuani. I think if he actually doesn't whiff that one, I see he had his ult, right, but he didn't use it until after Sejuani ult. And I don't know if that's because he saw the Sejuani ult go wide, or I don't know. But either way, you've got to at least force something out of that one. Still, getting the teleport from Catchcross is cool on the dive. Like it's all right, but I kind of think that Ruddy could have got more out of that, whether it was more of a successful dive bot side, or if they just don't fully give up the Rift Herald. Like, I think Nord actually kind of peeled away from Rift Herald a little bit too preemptively there, and Ruddy could have just looped back around. But either way, it's good all in all there for Nord. Going to get that Shelly as well, and we'll see what Indecision does with it. So far, he is pathing down bots. Might sap this one down here. Doesn't have TP on either top lane. This could just be a 3v2.
Yeah, Toaster's in a little bit of danger here. They're buying some space. There's the knockback. Looking for the knock-up as well. Beautifully placed, actually. But Toaster, remember, still doesn't have that E, so he needs to play this carefully. He doesn't give a damn. He's just walking into the three of them. Landing Q after Q. We'll have his E back up by now. As Indecision is looking for him again. He E's forwards. That's dangerous. They're going to chase onto Toaster. They're going to put the wall up to try and block out on those feathers. As Indecision's in danger. They get the stun down. Toaster able to escape. Another Q. There's the interrupt onto 2. Toaster flashes away. Hiddo finds the kill. And Ruddy getting a little bit too over-eager on that play. Going to pay a heavy toll.
You can see what Toaster's thinking there. Knows with flash and heal he should be safe. Unfortunately, he doesn't respect the knock-up from Vi herself. Indecision manages to find that second Vault Breaker, knock him up, and then using the summoner spells after the fact is unfortunately just not worthwhile.
Oh, that's just so broken though, isn't it? That man, the Milio ulti crazy, just saving Hiddo in that one. At least, like, we're denying the recalls. I mean, that's okay, but yeah, I mean, you don't have. I don't think this is really a big one. I think you're just gonna have to walk away here if you're Zapdo. Just a bit too aggressive from Toaster on that play, jumping forward, knowing the enemy jungle is still around. Not only do you die, giving a kill over to Hiddo on the Xayah, but that was a big wave that Toaster lost under the tower as well. So yeah, big price to pay for the hubris on that Ezreal.
And if we want to quantify that just quickly, you can see it's Mythic versus no Mythic at the minute, right? We've got first item, I suppose.
Yeah.
Versus first item. Kraken Slayer finished up for Hiddo. And of course, with the cull in his back pocket, he's going to get a cash out in about 4 waves time as well. Meaning he's going to be more than happy to match this Ezreal scaling and really put down damage in that team fight. Maybe a little bit sooner than we'd anticipated, given how the level 1 went.
Yeah, it's Spike versus no Spike right now, and it's a big deal considering this dragon is spawning, so we're not going to want to give this one over for free, as Ruddy's already started up.
Yeah, teleport coming in. Sheehan wants to join into the action. Looks like that is just going to have to be Nord giving it up. They may try and get a return play with that Herald in the bot side. They've already used it. I'm an idiot. Oh, no, they've just placed it. That's why. So we'll be looking to place that down on that bot side. It will get the charge off, and there's not really too much Ruddy can do about that. But the plate gold will only go over to Indecision off the back of that one. So overall, not ideal. They would have much rather have given that gold to Hiddo or Omen to give him a little bit more of an answer. But that is just going to have to be how it is. As MV Carry is looking here for Kakos. Will try and find him with a knock-up, but a beautiful block out there from Kakos as MV Carry charging up that tornado once again. Does land it, commits for the fight into Kakos, dodging away, puts down that wind wall to block away, flashes forward looking for Kakos. Trying to finish him up here underneath the tower. Not going to happen. Misses that last knock-up, and the flash used there by MV Carry. Maybe a little optimistically, but did get Kakos' in response.
Yeah, you can see, right, this Cassante has 0 armor. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, you don't have Blade of the Ruin King, you don't have that first item finished for the Yasuo. The base damage is unfortunately not quite high enough, and despite what was honestly a fairly well played execution from ND Carry, not quite able to find the solo bowler up on that top side. I do want to, pull back to that top lane a little bit, because it has been sort of a silent killer for Ruddy this game. Currently sat with a nice advantage on to Sheehan himself. That Riftmaker finished as well already, so Omon's just killed NB Carry in the mid lane. Okay.
Oh! Well, I'm assuming Indecision's ultimate there was committed for it, as it is on cooldown, so
yeah,
a little bit rough there for MV Carry. 8 kills to go, though, and he's there. Meanwhile, in the bot side, Toaster and Pui, there we go, actually had a really solid trade onto Hiddo and Seneca, forcing Hiddo very, very low. And we were talking about how there's that item spike versus no item spike. Toaster did that pre-Triforce. Now he's got the Triforce. These trades are really going to clap onto Hiddo.
I just really go back to the... he's got no flash, remember?
Yeah, Kakos, he might get himself in a whole world of
Oh.
danger, pulling back the
Wow.
Sejuani for an escape dash. Really nicely played there by Kakos, but ultimate committed. There's another wave crashing in, and Zapdo may just stop his recall. The ultimate's about to time out. This could be really rough. He's not getting away from this one. No way he can survive. They bring the teleport in, and actually Omen may come in and save the day. Seneca's coming in on the flank as well, and suddenly Ruddy have found themselves outnumbered, outmanned. No way Shihan can survive this. Flashes over the wall. Omen chases in after him. Pui too slow to the play. Indecision Vault Breakers over the wall, and that's all they can do, but watch.
And this is it, right? We saw in draft, we talked about MV Carry's Yasuo. How it's the pop-off champion, 4 games most played, 100% win rate so far in the NLC on Yasuo with MV Carry. But it's not him who's making the plays this time around. It was the blind pick, Azir from Omen. He's really made it happen. He's made it happen in mid. He's roamed around and got kills as well. This could be the story of mid lane in a different way that we were anticipating coming out of that draft.
I think Oman this entire season had been just the definition of inconsistency, right? Verdant, our team that came through the early season very successfully, only to lose to Oman on Ari. Had a stellar performance through the first round robin of the regular split, and then went off and had like a 0-7 Yasuo game or something like that as well.
Oh no. Zapdo in danger. Omen 4-0. It feels like he's turned himself around as we hit playoffs. A really good time to hit that spike and kind of come alive. And right now, he is gapping MV Carry pretty hard here. As Sheehan, in a bit of danger, is able to dash away. But Ruddy definitely on the back foot, and this is what we kind of predicted. They're kind of more spicy. They're more interesting. Champ pool can potentially bite them in the backside. And Nord have recognized that's exactly what's going on this game, and they're just trying to outclass them.
And I do want to, call back to some of those concerns that we had in the draft. How do Ruddy ever kill Oman or Fido this game? Between the Melio plus the self-peel from both of those two carries independently, and the lack of ability to, dive onto the backline for Ruddy, you tend to get very scared at their chances.
Absolutely. Well, just before we go back to us on the camera, you can see there is a 3,000 gold lead over to Nord already at the start of this game. So they've kicked it off in solid style. I guess the question is what are the avenues right now? Because it feels like for the side of Nord, they're starting to build up a bit of a lead. You've got Omen he's got 4 kills on this Azir, is very, very powerful, very potent right now. Desire as well hitting a major spike as we just saw them absolutely blitz through MV Carry's health bar. And if it wasn't for Pui there to kind of put the wall up and block him from getting finalized, that actually might have been a 0-3 Yasuo. The question is what do Ruddy need to do in this next stage of play? Because they've been able to stack 2 dragons for themselves. So they have an advantage there. But is that enough?
I think this puts a pause on Nord running away with this game, right? Like, if you're this far ahead in the early game and you had both dragons, you can easily just move from this map state to securing Soul, right? But obviously that's not on the cards, and Ruddy have been able to pick up both those early dragons. So fortunately for Ruddy's side, they're not under any immediate pressure to try and make things happen. I would suggest conceding this next dragon and not really playing too much around it, and instead what you want to do is just wait a little bit. You want to wait until MV Carry on this Yasuo has like maybe 2 items, or maybe even 3 if you really want to be patient with it. Right now, just on that Mythic, just on that Gale Force, it's not going to be enough. And exactly as Ruddy mentioned, like in these team fights, your target selection, it's just very difficult. It's very, very hard to find these priority targets, to find that engage. And specifically with the Yasuo, there's no good setup. I don't think that Brawl Molt's going to hit any meaningful targets for Yasuo to follow up. And the only other option is just Sejuani Q, which is a similar thing. So we'll see how this team fight plays out.
Yeah, Kakos trying to play that flank angle. Is Shin just able to clear through the ward? Dragon is going to get started up, and Pui going to play block. Up goes the wall immediately. The carry has charged up that tornado and is just looking to try and land those out. Pui has to land an absolutely beautiful one here. They missed the ultimate. There comes the Melio just to buy some space with the ult prop down. The Omen shuffles back, and that might just be Sheehan already finished up. They can't really find the follow-up, and 2 members have fallen. Kakos finds the isolation. The knockback onto MV Carry. MV Carry does answer out with a kill, but he is donezo. He is finished. Hiddo looking to finish the kill with a double as Nord absolutely destroy Ruddy in the team fight.
All of our fears are coming to life here. Nord, they just happily step forward. Oman dashing in to 4 people there from Ruddy, and Ruddy don't really have a response either. Nobody able to get on top of Oman, nobody able to find access to Hiddo. He's able to use Ghost freely to step forward, still has flash, still has ulti. If there's anybody that's trying to challenge him on a dive, Drake goes the way of Norden. Just as Foxtrot mentioned, saying, Ruddy, you probably don't want to contest this, Drake. You're down so far already. Really comes back to bite them when they do.
That's exactly what I'm thinking now. You know, before that Drake fight happened, I was like, probably don't want to go for this one. As the Drake fight was happening, I was like, I'm not quite sure I already want this one. And now the Drake fight's finished. It's like, why did Ruddy go for that one? I don't get it. Like, they must have known. I mean, they didn't have a single kill before that play. Not a single one. You can see how big Oman is. You can see how weak your Yasuo is in response. Like, there's just no way that you make that work. And I think even if you're on an even level, it's difficult for reasons that we've mentioned. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's tragic there. Like, this is the problem. When you're behind, you don't want to dig yourself into an even deeper hole. That's exactly what Ruddy have done by opting into that fight.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one there for them. They were trying to force that soul point, and I think it was just a little bit too eager considering the lead. And Omen, honestly, having an absolutely stellar performance, almost 100% kill participation, just missing out on the 1. Has been such an integral part for Nord getting ahead this game, but Omen does need to find himself being a little careful because Zapdo could set up onto him. Maybe they're baiting, maybe they're aware that this play is going to come out as they are just waiting in the wings. Seneca's going to step forward, they throw everything down onto him immediately, jumping onto Omen. He just shuffles the pair of the back, shuffles himself to safety. Omen survives with getting a kill, jumping away. The needlework from Sheehan's coming in, Decision's trying to play some space, but there's the shutdown. There's the return kill, a 1-for-1 coming out, and that in favor, honestly, of Ruddy.
Yeah, signs of life here from Ruddy. Really nice to see that they're not going to be deterred by the early game weaknesses that they found themselves in. Finding that shutdown onto Oman. And I love this gold toggle here. 3,000 gold deficit for the mid laners. 1k so basically for the mid laner, or for the AD carries as well. Just all of the gold in the right spots for Nord, and even despite that shutdown, yes, it went on to Shihan, who's now got a little bit of a gold lead over the Cassante. I mean, Kachkos has been this stalwart top laner the entire split long, and him not being ahead of the Gwen really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very inconsequential at this point. Like, you've picked Cassante just to absorb pressure, to chill out. You don't have to have the gold. You don't need to even really be able to effectively pressure or match this Gwen. You just have to make sure that Gwen doesn't run away with the game. And on the other side here, with getting that big old shutdown, that big fat juicy 550 or however much it was for the Gwen, that's now become a little bit of your win condition here. You want Gwen to now go into a side to create a kind of unassailable amount of pressure in a side against the Cassante. That's where all your gold's at. It's nowhere else. You can't match Nord 1-for-1 in any of your other roles. The pressure is now on Shihan to try and do something so much easier said than done against the Cassante, who's that kind of immovable object in that top lane. But that's kind of where you're at now with Ruddy. It's got to be now on Shihan. It's got to be on that Gwen. Try and make something happen, and if not, get a flank, get a pick, and let her run away with a team fight.
It is difficult, but those are the only options, really. It comes down to Shihan being able to 1-3-1 effectively. And that's a compositional thing that we'd highlighted for Ruddy that they should be able to do with this draft. That was how we were expecting them to try and get away with the fact that they don't have the best dive necessarily onto Hiddo. Use the long lanes, use minions for NV carry to be able to chase people down them, use the Gwen's long ability to chase as well, to make sure that you're finding those advantages in the side lanes. You can see that Ruddy are trying to set up for it. Right? They've got NV carry up in this top lane, but with Nord moving all 5 people into the river, Shihan knows that he's not got teleport. He has to move instantly as soon as they start this Baron.
Yeah, they really want to go for that one. Omen does eat the knockup, but they don't feel comfortable. That was enough. A lot of health already lost here as they are chasing out. It looks like Nord are just going to have to disengage from the Baron. And Ruddy actually decided it's time for them to start it up. Indecision does have flash. Ehan's going to come around, find Indecision here. Channeling the Q up. Omen is immediately one-shot. Mr. Spin the Block is absolutely popping off, finding a double kill onto the two major players. Baron secured for Ruddy as Kakos brings one with him, but the rest of Ruddy launching over the walls, going in for the chase, and Nord limping away from the Baron pit.
They found it. They found their angle on Ruddy coming out with Baron, coming out with 2 kills as well. Both of them going over to the Gwen. He found his angle, and the shuffle from Omen, from Azir, it does nothing when Gwen is immune, and Gwen is immune. Easy peasy for him right there, picking up that kill when Omen's down. That's a big one. That's a big one to lose. Too low on the health bars across the rest of his team. Ruddy finding their way back into this game.
Really good capitalization off of what was, it has to be said, generally sloppy play around the Baron from Nord. They have exceptional turn with a Vi. They just didn't use it at all right there. Toaster even dashes forward. At that point, Indecision just has to go in and say, okay, and Ezreal's just dashed into me. What kind of a game are we playing where we're 5k down, Ezreal's dashing into us at Baron, and we don't feel like we can punish that. So a little bit of miscommunication between Nord maybe, definitely, and mis-execution around that Baron. Now Ruddy get to recuperate all of that gold. There are still 3 turrets outside of the base for them to claim. They're not ahead in gold yet. They still need to do a lot of legwork to try and catch back up to an even 5v5 team fight, especially with the compositional disadvantages that we've highlighted so many times already this game. But with a Baron at their back, they are as best poised to do that as they could possibly be.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I think the main thing is Sheehan just on that flank getting those 2 kills onto both Omen and Indecision, just sealing the deal. But now they got the Baron, that 1-3-1 we were talking about, that kind of split push pressure and playing the lanes, very much on the cards for Ruddy, but it actually looks like they're trying to hover like a 4-man death ball and just rotate between mid and top and play towards Sheehan, realizing they're worth a shutdown. They're the major carry right now. Without Sheehan, Ruddy don't really have a team, don't really have a force, and Zapdo looking to come in on this flank. Kakos will find him. They immediately throw everything down onto Zapdo. Zapdo's in danger. They find the knock-on to a couple of members, and in jumps the rest of the team. Nord able to hold their own though, survive that play, will clear through the wave as well as Omen just continues to use the soldiers to poke out onto the Ruddy members as they do get some damage onto Sheehan. He's in some serious danger. Hiddo doing some work. The needlework comes in for the slow, and that fight is now finally done. I say that, but Omen slides forwards and finishes off Toaster. He's down. Now Envy carries in the wrong position, hasn't got his tornado charged up. He dashes away to safety with the Gale Force away from Indecision's Q. That was close.
And just as we're praising Ruddy for their ability to capitalize on mistakes, they make one of their own there. Toaster getting rooted up and followed through on by Omen. Really nice execution from the Azir in the mid lane, making up for the little oopsie that we had around that Baron pit. You get to see from Ruddy though some of the insane value that this Braum has been providing. I was skeptical of it in the draft as a blind pick, but making sure that Hiddo isn't just rattling through all of the team of Ruddy and only able to put down the minute amount of damage through that shield.
And we saw, I'm not quite sure what it was or why. No, Pre's fine. So he flashed forward towards the choke point to then lay down his ulti, and it really ruined that first engage for Nord. It completely killed it. And I'm not sure whether Pui was just doing some kind of 5-head play to like disengage, as you would kind of just expect from a Braum, or whether he was trying to land like a 5-man knock-up to get a sick Yasuo combo. Either way, that the last one didn't come through. So, but it was just something there that you have to respect coming into the Braum. Like Nord deciding to go all out on a Sejuani is iffy to begin with, but when his team's around and they can just disengage with the Braum, it's always going to be very difficult. Omen, despite, as you mentioned, the oopsie at Baron, is still exceptionally strong. You need to respect him, and he was able to find that kill against Ruddy, and that will be crucially now for Nord. That Baron buff expiring on their opposing team, so they can hold out just a little bit easier now.
So we do have a Drake spawning about 1 minute 20 time. Would be soul for Ruddy if they take it. I think we need to, we in the midst of all the chaos that we've seen of the last 5 minutes, remind everybody that Ruddy still have one Fed carry in the top lane, and that's about it. Their AD carry, their mid laner, not able to go toe-to-toe with the counterparts that are there for Nord. Omen level 16, 3 items. Hido, 3 items as well on the Xayah. So very, very strong. And again, not a lot of backline access for Ruddy. We need to see them make the most of the unique angles that they've been able to find previously and try and do that again.
Well, delaying the resets actually there may hurt Nord somewhat. That true shot barrage from Toaster just slowing them down. Remember, Soul's up in that 40 seconds time, and Nord now only just getting back onto the map, meaning that this river and this area is already heavily warded up and controlled by Ruddy. So Nord going in somewhat blind as Zapdo is going to find himself getting somewhat poked out by Omen, but at the moment there's enough tankiness on Zapdo to be able to survive that. Decision's making sure the wave does push forwards, and Nord gonna spot out Ruddy there with that blue trinket. They still got 2 more of those to go as well. Sheehan gets spotted out immediately in response as well. And Envy Carry just playing off in the wings, waiting for an opportunity to jump in forwards. Is Nord, this is the power of their team. They can't just one-shot through these mid waves, get pressure there, now rotate down, and all the while, Ruddy are going to have to be very worried about this minion wave pushing in. They're going to throw everything down there onto Toaster. Toaster gets caught out. They don't actually find that full knock-up combination in. Hido trying to get the damage off onto the members. Finds himself one already. There's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Omen comes in. A 4-man shuffle. Hido comes in with a triple kill, mopping up all of them. It's the Quadra. Zapdo flashed onto. Hido's going for it. It's a penta, baby.
Another one!
Not again!
He can't keep
Hido
getting
on
away
Xayah.
with it!
Every single time, man. Stop giving him Xayah. We talked about this in the regular season. Talk about it in playoffs as well. Every chance he gets, he delivers.
Ridiculous scenes here from Hido. We even said coming into the game, this was the man. The reliable carry, the big boy in the bot lane, and Hido. Pentakill to end out game number 1.
I told you today was going to be the polar opposite of yesterday. An absolutely explosive game, and Nord's taking that first win as well. Really confidently. A really solid showing coming in from Nord there. Ruddy, I think they drafted themselves into a bit of a corner. They didn't have, I think very crucially, as you hit on it, Ruddy, just before that fight started, they didn't have any backline access, and they got the knock up onto like the 2 frontliners from the Braum, and Yasuo's not going to take that R. There's no point because you're just standing still in front of a Xayah. So it just felt like, the lack of the backline access, but as much as you could give Hido MVP for that, I think realistically, Omen was such a major tool for them winning that first game. He was so on point for the Azir. That 4-man shuffle at the end as well. The 2-man shuffle that got him ahead in lane, as he shuffled both not Indecision, that's his jungler, Zapdo and Envy Carry underneath his tower. Just super clean stuff coming in from Omen, and I feel like some of the question marks that I had above Nord somewhat have now been dissolved. I still think, it's a best of 5, it's game number 1. It looked like Ruddy went for comfort over maybe meta in this game, so we'll see what game 2 looks like, but an absolute banger to start this series. I do hope we go all the way today. We went all the way yesterday. I hope we go all the way today as well.
And what a game 1 from. I completely agree with your analysis there. Hido gets the flashy pendant at the end of the game, but it was all on Omen. Like, he was just so good in this game. He made like 1 mistake, and around that Baron pit, whatever it happens, and then from then it was just still dialed in, and I think as well you've got to take in the context of this performance. He blind picked the Azir. He played it into Envy Carry's Yasuo, which is his best champion with 100% win rate on it so far. And he's still delivered and still mid-gapped that hard. Like, it's beautiful. Right from the beginning, just very nice stuff for a moment.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff coming in from him. I'm curious what the next draft is going to look like and how things will change going in from game 1 to game 2, because it's always that big thing we talk about. When you have a best of 5, it's on the losing team to adapt. Nord, they'll quite happily take the exact same draft again and win that game again. So realistically, it's on Ruddy to shake things up and change things up. And the major point we talked about before the broadcast, well, as the broadcast started and, before game 1 started, was Ruddy have a very wide champ pool. They have a lot of things they can pull out. There's some of those spicier picks like this Yasuo Sejuani we kind of predicted coming in. But, I don't think we're going to see it. But you got to keep in mind, like, it's as wide as Master Yi jungle. It's a big champ pool, so we'll have to see what the adaptation's going to be. But for now, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with game number 2. See you in a second. Buckle up! Big changes are coming to the NLC grassroots system, and here is a full rundown of what is coming. The Northern League Championship, commonly known as the NLC, covers the northern part of European League of Legends and feeds into the prestigious EMEA Masters Tournament system. The NLC combines Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Malta, Ireland, and the United Kingdom into one ecosystem. And now, the grassroots scene is getting a revamp. Today, the NLC consists of 4 divisions. Moving forwards, divisions 3 and 4 are dissolved and will move back into a national system spread out over the 5 sub-regions of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United Kingdom and Ireland. Fear not, Iceland and Malta, you're not forgotten. Players from these 2 countries can freely roam as residents in all 5 sub-regions. Each sub-region will be operated by a trusted local tournament organizer. Maybe you recognize any familiar faces. National competition is a part of our region's roots, and now it's back to revive the spark and thrill of national rivalries that we used to love. Hold on though, that's not all. In addition to the national leagues, a brand new NLC ladder will see the light of day. On the NLC ladder, teams can join at any point during the split and compete. By challenging other teams to a match and winning, teams can rack up points and climb the leaderboard, taking all of the best parts of your ranked ladder experience with your team straight into the NLC ecosystem. Look out for more information about the ladder system later this year. Now onto the part that all sub-regional teams are fighting to reach, the NLC Regional Promotional Series. The NLC RPS is an interface between NLC Division 2, as we know it, and the new national leagues. At the end of each split, each national league sends 2 champions to the NLC RPS. The national leagues will be joined by the 2 bottom teams from the NLC Division 2, as well as the top 2 teams of the NLC ladder. Come out as one of the 2 winners and your team has secured a spot in the NLC Division 2 for the coming split. The rest will return to their respective national leagues. With all of these new implementations, the competitive year will be divided into 3 splits for our sub-regions: spring, summer, and autumn. The NLC Divisions 1 and 2 will continue as we know it, with the spring and summer split. While the national leagues will play in spring alongside the Aurora Cup in autumn, the NLC ladder will be active for all 3 splits. Due to the imbalance, the NLC RPS will only run for the spring and autumn splits, meaning the NLC ladder summer split won't allow entrance. We hope you like what you saw and are eager to learn more about the coming months. The NLC grassroots system kicks off in autumn 2023, so get your squad together and prepare for the national leagues. We'll see you on the Rift.
What's my score prediction for the series? I think it could be an interesting series, considering they play a lot of weird stuff. They can definitely take a game or two.
This is an easy answer, and I'm going to just say it to you flat out. Number is the ruler of forms and ideas, and the cause of gods and demons. Every man has been made by God in order to acquire knowledge and contemplate.
I mean, personally, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a 3-1 because first game, I'm just gonna bet on myself running it down because Batman, that's me by the way, is kind of down bad currently, and I've been spending a bit too much money on EPAL, ordering Eagles, but afterwards it's not gonna be an issue. I will use like 20% of my skill, and it should be enough for team like Nord.
So I would say it's gonna be close actually, but I think we're definitely winning that one. I would say 3-2. I'll give him 2.
Geometry is knowledge of the eternally existent, and number is the within of all things.
Honestly, I have to say that we are looking for a strong 3-1. I think that in one of the games they will get lucky or just beat us on our mistakes. But in the rest of the games, I think we should have high quality gameplay from our side.
I think it's 3-0, most likely. It might be 3-1 because we might just troll a game and just like have some fun, but other than that, like I feel like it's gonna be easy 3-0 for us.
It will be something like 3-2. It will be long best of 5, for sure it will be long best of 5. And they are playing weird stuff, like they have Nunu, they have Yasuo draft, they can play also Maokai, Jace, Tristan and stuff, they can play LeBlanc, like they play so weird shit, so for sure there will be like, it will be long best of 5.
I just think that I've heard that Malta is really nice this time of the year, but you've got to get an earlier flight, so I hope that we can send them home really quickly with 3 games.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into game number 2. Game 1, we're already eating good. It was an absolute banger, a pentakill for Hino, and an absolutely standout performance from Omen as well. Nord probably kicking it off in a very good way. I'm very happy with himself after that one. The question was, going into the break, how Ruddy are going to adapt coming into this game number 2. I'm going to throw it straight to you, Rude Dude. What do you think they need to change up coming into the second game?
So it needs to come into finding ways to Hido. They didn't really have that many, unfortunately. In the last game, they didn't have a engage support Braum, whilst Tanky acts as disengage more than he does engage. And the Sejuani was left pretty much on her own to do a lot of the engaging. And I think that Zapdo definitely looked to have struggled with that, specifically versus Azire as well, who's so good at peeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like we are into that picks and bans nice and quick for this second game. So see what the adaptation is going to be. Ruddy once again have gone to that blue side. So I believe it's the team who's higher up gets to choose. And then I can't remember the order of it, actually.
So Ruddy will have chosen game number 1 and game number 2 because they lost game 1. So it's higher seed chooses for first game, loser chooses every game afterwards.
Yeah, so Ruddy, actually, unlike any of our other teams, putting a lot of emphasis on the first pick being more powerful and more important to them than all of the other teams, but felt that, red side is the strong side because you trade 1 strong pick for 2. It does look like there has been some adaptation in here. The Rail Rumble ban, I actually expect this just to be a handshake ban for the entire day, while the Azir and the Xayah, the 2 adaptation bans coming in from Ruddy, I think it makes sense. They were really victim to Omen's Azir last game, and obviously, tidying up and ending that game for them. Over to Nord now, things like the Maokai have been left open. A lot of power picks are up and available right now.
Yeah, and for me, the big thing that's standing out from this draft is Poppy. Not banned away from Ruddy, and I don't really think Shihan plays it, so...
it's a Zapdo B1 angle.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, we could potentially... Zapdo
that's the prey. Yeah. It's cope a lot. It's very cope, but it's the prey.
Maokai, as Jay mentioned, is a power pick, and Zapdo loves Maokai, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that sat down either. But yeah, it is. I do think we'll see a Poppy here for Kakos. Like, I think it's his best play. He's his best champion, his most played champion. He loves it. You can blind pick it as well. Really, just I think the Nord operate best when they are able to just stick Kakos on someone. It's like, yo, you know, you do your thing, you sit around, you're chilling, and we'll play the rest of the map. And Poppy is the perfect pick for that.
I think it's also a solid flex as well, because you can put it in the jungle or the top, so there's a little bit of wiggle room there. Ruddy now looking to kind of run through the ideas and what they're going to be picking up. I would be surprised to see them actually pick up top lane here. I feel like this is a support and a bot lane angle. The Nautilus is open if they want to pair that up with the Kai'Sa. On the other side, that Tristan is flexible between Omen and Hiddo, so we'll see what the angle's going to be, but Sheehan actually going to that Renekton, something that was mentioned at the beginning of the day, a solid pick for them in that top side. Blind for them, though. We've seen, we saw yesterday, the misery that a Renekton can experience if you end up playing into the likes of a Kennen or something like that can just go up in the top lane. And if this is a Tristana mid, Kennen's not a bad pick because it gives them an avenue into AP.
I do want to quickly as well point out that with...
As you do.
An out of nowhere Amumu getting locked in. Now we've got this mismatch in the draft, right? Game number 1, we saw parity across both 3 picks. This time we're going to hopefully see Ruddy target that top lane pool quite heavily. Nord should be looking to take away your Leonas, your Nautiluses, those really well synergizing bot lane pairings with the Kai'Sa. We do also have to quickly mention that there's a small chance that this is NV carry Kai'Sa in the mid lane. We've seen Kai'Sa flex to the mid lane time and time again. The expectation for me is that Nord take their top laner on 4 here and reveal their mid lane pick a little bit later on, just so they get counter picking both solo lanes and make sure that this Kai'Sa doesn't go into somewhere they're not expecting.
Yeah, I do think like Nautilus and Poppy are just such power picks for this draft here. Like, if you're Ruddy, you're so happy to pick Poppy. Sorry, if you're Nord, you're so happy to pick Ruddy into Poppy into Renekton. Get there eventually. And yeah, Nautilus is banging into Rakan. It's so good with Kai'Sa as well. Like, it just seems like a no-brainer to hit that one down. I was genuinely surprised that this Renekton was the lock-in here instead of that Nautilus. I just feel like Nautilus made so much sense here. Like, you have so much engage. You've got the perfect makings of a dogpile comp if you had that champion. And of course, you don't pick it, it's just going to get banned away like it has here. So both Sylas and Nautilus off the table here. See what we go for our last choice. I guess the assumption is like that Tristana is going to be in mid, which is why these 80 carries are getting pinched here. Zai's already been taken away, and it is just going to be a missed ban. So nothing else getting put away, and just, yeah, as you do.
I actually feel that, you know, the Poppy obviously is a solid pickup here for the side of Nord. That Ash ban could also partly be doing just to try and force the Tristana into the bot lane. We'll have to see. They decide actually to go elsewhere. I think last time we saw Hiddo play the Zeri, they got a Penta as well, if I remember right. I might be wrong on that one. But
someone got a Penta.
We've had a whole bunch of Pentas on the Zeri. Champs really balanced. We'll see what the picks are going to be here for the side of Ruddy. I really am in favor of that Sylas ban. When you've got the Rakan and the Amumu on your team, the last thing you want those ults stealing away from you and just a Sylas running at you. But I feel with the Naught ban, Leona is probably the solid ban here for the pickup for the bot lane. It's that last of the kind of good melee supports you can handle, that Rakan in lane. Does mean that Kai'Sa can synergize pretty well up there. So I feel that we could actually see MV Carry pull out his mid laner here, and they slap Toaster on the Kai'Sa. Is going to be the game plan. Going for the other brother this time. The Yone locked in for MV Carry.
Can't go one, so we'll take the other one. Right, Yasuo's banned away, so we'll take the Yone into this matchup. Gives them, generally speaking, a nice damage profile as well. A little bit of extra magic damage that comes from a Yone. Kai'Sa very likely to go for this very heavy AP build. We've got Renekton full AD on that top side, so across the carries, it's a really nice mismatch of all of the damage that's going to be coming through, which is extremely important now that Kachkos has locked in the Malphite in the top lane, right? You've got a champion that just loves stacking armor, not so much stacking MR, but it's not going to be the worst case in the world. He's going to be able to very easily itemize the first couple of items because he's against Renekton top.
Absolutely. I also remember the last time we saw Kakos on the Malphite, and he hit that like 4-man Malphite that just won the team fight for Nord. I think that was actually the ult that qualified them for playoffs. So a really solid pickup there for them. Obviously, kind of just stonewalls the top side. Isn't really going to lose there. And genuinely, I love what Ruddy have put together. But Nord just have a press Arky team where you have the Amumu, you have the Malphite, you have so much crowd control, and Omen and Hiddo should just be able to run away with this game. Now, that obviously is the concern for all of the damage profile is on AD, so eventually Zapdo and Sheehan will get kind of a little bit too tanky for them to just immediately burst through. But if they can kill the squishies, I don't think it really matters.
We've got the two most obnoxious members of Bronzodia on the side of Nord there.
Is Malphite and Amumu?
Malphite and Amumu, yeah. I know, well, no, literally, Bronzodia, I know Blitzcrank's in there. I can't remember who the other two champions
Surely
are
Annie.
that create Bronzodia. You know what? I'm going to Google it for
Annie
you.
Misfortune, it would be who I would go for as like
Bronzodia.
your go-to comps, but...
Amumu, Blitzcrank. This is old school, by the way. So I don't even know. Like we're talking old, like 10 years old. Shen and Cho'Gath are the other two. Pre any reworks and probably before any of those champions existed. But yes, we've got Malphite and Amumu. Amumu's the head of Exodia or Bronzodia, so bear that in mind. It's a very easy comp to execute. Is basically what I'm saying here from the side of North.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually just kind of I was thinking about what I said, where I was like, oh, it's a very AD focused team. Actually, I guess I kind of forgot that Zeri is relatively mixed. So it's actually the damage profile's not as bad as I think it is. And also remember, Amumu's passive allows kind of that AP to get converted as well and kind of deals additional damage. Foxy just sent me a picture. God damn it. Bronzodia. Anyway, I do think kind of just going away from that, Nord as a team, I think right now, they are just drafting very clear ease of execution comps. And that is a really solid avenue for them to just take the team fights. Last game, Ruddy tried to play something a little bit more kind of based on kind of managing your ways, playing the lanes in that 1-3-1 style we highlighted, and Nord just went, no, we're gonna fight, and they kind of forced them into those fights. And I feel like Ruddy have to be very careful because they could fall victim to having fights started against them against their terms again with this comp. So it's gonna be an interesting one going into this next game.
I do think that Ruddy have a lot more agency to get specifically onto those backline carries though this time around, right? We asked how are they going to be able to dive the backline. Well, this time there's a lot more set up for NV carry and for Toaster as well to get in, right? You've got Yone, Kaiser, two almost assassin carries as we get later into the game. I'm more than happy to take out a Zeri and a Tristana. With the Maokai, you've got Grasping Roots coming through, Solar Flare. There's a lot more engage from the Ruddy side, so those questions that we had from the game number 1 draft have been answered in this game number 2 one. Of course, it doesn't take away from the fact that Nord do just have a very powerful death ball.
Alrighty, well, Ruddy grouping up, waiting to see as the tent goes up to see if Zapdo can bait anybody forward. But let's be real, Nord are not going to fall for that one. They've drawn their defensive line in the sand across that river, making sure there's no invades going on. It's just going to be a pretty standard start going into this game number 2. I guess we've talked a lot about how we think Nord just have that kind of headbutt Arky win fight comp. What do Ruddy need to be doing here with this game then? What's the game plan when you've got the the Renekton, the Yone? They've obviously got a power pick in the Kaiser and the Maokai as well in there.
For me, like what I'm loving about this draft is like both these teams just seem to want to butt heads against each other. Like both teams kind of just want to go aggressive and crazy. Like you've obviously got a Mumu and Malphite and Rakan who all just going to be jumping forward. Tristana and Zeri get involved as well. But then on the side of Ruddy, it's the same thing. Yone wants to engage. Yone wants to jump in. Kaiser obviously following up on that CC. Like both these team comps just want to go crazy and they want to go ham. And I imagine like this is what's going to make the early game quite important here. Is whichever team has the most gold will win the team fight, right? Unless you can catch someone out of position specifically, it's really just going to be one of these brute force, ugly, bashing situations here in these team fights, and it's going to be some very entertaining League of Legends.
That's what
I'm here for.
Take a quick look as well at some of the keystones of choice. Indecision opting for the Conqueror here on this Amumu. So just in case we were missing any magic damage, there's going to be a little bit extra backed up from Indecision. Jihan definitely getting the worst end of that trade on that top side despite his best efforts. Catch Cost just more than happy at this stage in the game to fire off those cheese rolls and more than happily win trades.
Yeah, it's that grasp as well, getting those empowered autos in. Zapdo actually making his way over, but Indecision's also in the area. Suddenly, Catcox's health bar is evaporated, it's gone. He's in real danger, gets sped up from the queue. Indecision coming in for that counter gank means this gank is not going to be happening, and we're able to shove that wave in, make sure that it crashes perfectly there, and Kakos can just go and reset.
I actually really love this from both of the junglers, recognizing the volatility of how this top lane matchup had evolved through just the first couple of waves, and both foregoing their bot side to make sure that they can be there to defend one another up against any potential ganks. Really good to see Indecision make that play, and the fact that they're able to count CS, they have Prio in the mid lane, actually leads into an invade that's going to go their way.
Very nice.
There's not really going to be a play Zapdo can do about that, unfortunately. Just going to have to give up his chickens.
Normally it's Zapdo who is the chicken stealer. The stealer has become the stealed. The stolen, I don't know how you'd say that one.
Burgled?
The burglar's become the burgled.
The robbed.
Yes, I love that. He's, going to be on the receiving end of this. As Omen now getting a very, very aggressive trade here. Good trade onto Envy Carry. He's looking to have a bounce back game here in game number 2. The first game of this series really did not go Envy Carry's way. And on the flip side, Omen, beautiful stuff there on that Azir. A bit more of an aggressive champion. Speaking of aggression, Hido is going to lose a lot of his health and have to blow that cleanse in the 2v2.
You have to be so careful because Omen also looking to rotate over to that. Isn't going to be able to get in range, but I think Indecision is playing this game very, very smart. He's always ready to have that counter invade or the counter gank, or, you know, he's always just kind of wherever Zapdo wants to be. Indecision's always hovering off in the distance, and it's making his life really hard here. Is Omen almost gets his base interrupted and has still got that teleport up and available, so he just wants to find that reset, make sure he doesn't lose out too hard here, as Envy Carry not really be able to do too much to stop him on that front. While Ruddy definitely starting things off in a little bit of a rougher way. I feel the top lane trade, that was really great, but Indecision, really smart read to make sure that Kakos doesn't go down early and kind of start snowballing that crocodile out of control. Because eventually it gets to a point where there's just too much armor on the Malphite and he can just clear the waves and not die to the Renekton in that side lane. And then is there just to press R. That's the major thing. And, you know, Indecision making sure that that lane doesn't snowball away. Indecision's just been playing this game really, really intelligently. Really intelligently.
And it's good to see as well. I think coming into the series, again, we had these expectations that Ruddy were going to be able to come away with probably the win in the series, but for the time being, they're down one game. And it is off the back of overperformances from what we expected from Omen in this game through at least the first 5 minutes. Indecision as well. Just being at the right place at the right time, such an important part of playing jungle, shadowing your waves when they need to find crashes, as we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it really is making sure all of these waves do crash for his team. Hido needs to be careful. He's just lost his jungler. He might just lose his life for it. Surfs over the wall to try and get away, but the Leona stun's on. Toaster flashes forward. Hido flashes away, but Pui is going to come in, gets himself the stun, gets himself the lockdown. Seneca can do nothing but waddle away. He may even fall for it as he's bopped back. First blood goes to Pui, and Hido dies for reward.
He tried. Hido tried to make the great escape and almost made it happen, hopping over the wall and then flashing back. Good news for Nord, though, is that first blood goes over to Pui on the Leona. Not really the ideal target there for that gold. Obviously, it would be much worse for Nord if it had been on the Kai'Sa. So, you know, something, I guess, to take away from that one. But at the end of the day, very, very nicely done there by Ruddy's. Indecision now, going back for another steal, doesn't know. Zapdo's behind him. Envy Carry can collapse too. He's not going to because there's too many minions. And Zapdo not going to take it. He's just going to get in trouble. What's he doing?
He's in some serious trouble. There's 2 Qs on the Amumu. Omen is going to be ready to jump in, and Indecision just finds himself a solo kill.
Absolutely.
He just got mummied.
Chadamumu blasting one first base. None of this giant spell rush nonsense into a potential demonic. He's going full AP for the time being, and Zapdo definitely gets the worst end of that. I think unless we see ND Carry come straight from the Raptors, there's just no way you can ever try and step up to contest that. The engage range on a Tristana as well, exceptionally large. So, again, just a bit of weird decision making from Zapdo. Does get punished, and now Nord with the jungler down have free reign to start up this Drake.
it was just odd all around, right? Like, Zapdo can't be there unless he's setting up the collapse with Envy Carry, but Envy Carry had too many minions under tower. He was level 5 and Omen was level 6. There was just no realm where that was going to work, and now Zapdo is really behind here in this jungle matchup, which is not something you expect from the Maokai and Mumu. I mean, I can't. Does a Mumu bully anyone? He just wants friends. He's the furthest thing from a bully. Is MVK actually? He's going to snap back. Could he be in trouble here?
There was a part of me that was thinking, oh, come on. And these are the intrusive thoughts winning. Flash behind him and ult him back.
Yes.
And it's like, it probably goes really badly, but it would have been funny, you know?
Oh, it absolutely goes badly if they find the Fate Seal. Seneca's coming in, trying to find that knock-off at the shielding on. Envy Carry's in danger, but Omen Ignited has still got the flash. He's feeling comfortable to get away, but they're going to chase even further. The flashback by Omen to safety. In comes Indecision to try and save the day. This play got messy so quickly, but nobody goes down.
And Omen actually keeps his flash right there. Really intelligent play, knowing the exact damage outputs of the Ruddy squad. Keeps his flash available, is able to use Rocket Jump to get himself out of danger. And again, Ruddy not quite able to find the fight right there, but a nice little collapse from them does burn at least a little bit of time from Omen and gives NV Carry some much needed breathing room.
Nord going to give this one up though. Indecision's only level 5, doesn't have his ultimate available, but Catch Course does.
They're going for it. Finds himself the knock-up onto just Sheehan, but they're going to keep the pressure up. He slices, he dices, he dodges away. Indecision lands the bandage toss, and down goes Sheehan. Or does he? He flashes. They chase. Kakos finds the kill. Pui caught pinned in place with the curse of the sad mummy. Slowly but surely, they whittle him down. Seneca jumps in. They can't find the follow-up. The cheese wheel goes wide, and Pui waddles away with just a sliver of HP.
Almost falling because of the sins of his top laner right there. Trying to save him. Getting caught out himself. Oh my goodness, the is just so tanky with all the resistances she gets from her W, from the Aftershock. It's all hideous stuff. And meanwhile, while Nord is putting all of their attention into that play around Herald and topside, Omen is just having the time of his life in mid here. 4 plates falling at 9 minutes. Very realistic that we might see all of those plates go down. He must be a very rich boy at this point. He's got 15 CS up and 4 plates. It's pretty scary stuff here. Omen's really getting off to a great advance.
And love that for the Nord mid laner, right? We've seen now 2 very different looks from him, and 2 where he's been bullying NV Carry, right? The Tristana and the Azir, definitely very different play styles. Really, completely different champions in terms of how you want to play them out in the laning phase, but Omen done a very good job at capitalizing on both, making sure that NV Carry constantly feels pressured for picking these melee mids. And if nobody's here to cover this mid wave, it's going to be another teleport expended by the Ruddy mid laner just to catch up or stay even.
And it's surprising as well, because you would imagine with picking these melee mids against someone like Tristana, you want to then pick like an aggressive ganking style jungler, so that you can alleviate some pressure and not just leave NV Carry in this 1v1. And they have done that. Like, the Maokai is good at doing that, but it's just not worked out this game. I really feel like Indecision in his counter ganking specifically.
Wait.
He has had Zapdo's number.
Kakos has R. And that is a low health Crocodile.
Crocodile
we'll
has
see
R
if he
as
decides
well,
to press
don't
that button. It is a Crocodile. He did just press Q and gets a bunch of health back, so okay. Not gonna happen. There was a moment where I got a little bit suspicious that something might go down. We starting to lose a fair amount of HP here to Hiddo, and Seneca also eats a little bit. Response. Oh my word, that's a serious amount of damage. They find the lockdown. Hiddo's trying to keep the pressure up. He can just jump over the wall as Sheehan's in the area. He's desperately trying to avoid, trying to jump that wall. Seneca comes in. They're a little bit too slow to the punch, and there is the double kill. There are 2 members down. Not paying respect to that teleport, and Sheehan saves the day bot lane.
Big fan. The top lane there from Ruddy.
Oh no, that might not be the play they wanted. Zapdo in serious danger, and Omen can just finish this one up. Gets the bounce reset as well.
Oof.
Jumps that wall. Yeah, response play.
Really, again, Nord, they're able to capitalize. NV Carry has, the soul's unbound, so he can just pop back quite easily. Unfortunately, it's not the same situation for Zapdo. He's committed and he's all the way in there, no way to get back out. Again, Omen capitalizing on some of the mistakes that Ruddy are making around this mid lane. Now, they're not able to take down this turret just yet, even though you can tell that that is the apple of their eye. There's a little effort to make a play down on this bot or in this midsection of the map. Nice to see that Ruddy did get the Herald as well in lieu of all of this, so that first turret in the mid lane is going to be a little harder to come by.
What's getting to me in this series here is the style at which Nord are beating Ruddy. Obviously, this game is far from concluded, and it's only only game 2 of the series. But when we were looking at Nord in the preview here, we were looking at how they would be able to beat Ruddy, how they would take it to Ruddy. A lot of it focused around Hiddo, and yes, Hiddo did get a pentakill in that first game. But really, what's shocking to me is just this mid gap so far that we've seen. Omen has just completely out-pressured and outplayed Envy Carry constantly. And you know, on 2 different styles of champions as well, and it's just not what I was expecting coming into this matchup. And Ruddy need an answer. They need an answer, and they need to find it quickly, because without one, they're going to fall out of game number 2, and they'll be put on point for the whole series.
And just concerning the state of this game number 2, plates are about to fall off. Omen has done so much work to this mid lane tower. Zapdo will get that tower. We'll get that dragon, but Omen almost finishing up the plates, almost finishing up the tower. They're consistently keeping 2 to 3 members mid just to try and deny Omen this final plate gold. He's got one last wave to get that shove off, but the cost has been, with the amount of members they're investing into this losing mid lane, Kakos has been able to pick himself up 4 plates on the bot side. In the top side, in the bot side, they've picked up 2 plates as well. A lot of plate gold has been injected into Nord. And it's really come down to these melee mids getting counterpicked by Omen, and Omen just being able to control Envy Carry and just keep him in a position where he's constantly on reset. So he always has Pui and Zapdo hovering in the area in case he gets killed, in case his tower falls early, and then more gold goes over to Tristana. Because if Tristana gets 5 plates plus first tower gold, that's a rough situation. I mean, Tristana already has a really solid matchup into a lot of mid laners. An accelerated Tristana like this, that's a scary situation. That's a very, very scary situation for Ruddy to be looking at in game number 2.
I think it's easy to remember that Tristana's the, I can aggressive Gumba Stomp on you style of AD carry. A little bit more forgotten is the fact that when she gets to level 18, she has the highest base range of any ADC in the world. So she's actually very, very safe with the rocket jump as well, the buster shot to knock people away. So if you're getting accelerated and you're just with the Q attack speed steroid as well, you just actually out DPS the majority of ADCs when you hit late game. So getting accelerated, it's a double-edged sword where it's like both sides are super sharp if you're Nord, because you've got a really fed assassin and also a marksman for a late game.
The thing is too is, like I mentioned, because both these team comps just want to jump in and like dogpile on top of each other, it's so hard to find the engage onto Tristana when she gets that extra range, and the fact that she's got all this gold from early game 2, right, from those plates in the towers. Like, she's not someone you're going to want to jump into. Like Kraken Slayer first item as well, with that true damage, like your front line isn't going to be that tanky versus her. It's actually going to be really difficult to deal with Tristana in this game, and I don't envy Ruddy for the position they're in right now at all. And the question will be how Nord then leverage Tristana after this first tower's gone in mid, which is very soon going to happen. It's like you sneeze and it's dead at this point. Like when they put her into side lanes, like how they play through that, because that is where Nord could fall.
Oh, Toaster. There's no escape. He can ult away all he likes, but they should be able to finalize this one. W goes a little bit wide, and Toaster, I was wrong. He's safe, but who isn't safe is that Crocodile. He goes down. Envy Carry.
That's a very skinny Crocodile, Jake.
Yeah, I didn't realize they top lane.
I think he's top laner. He's top lane. Imagine top laner. You know what? It's a forgivable. Generally, I would have done the same thing. You know, pan up to that top side. Why is Yone here? Oh, you realise it's because he's been getting absolutely smandangled in the mid lane, and top lane unfortunately no better, it would appear.
No, see, a nice guy would let Jake off on that one. I've been working with Jake for so long and consider him a good friend of mine, so I am going to pick it up and call him out on it.
Well, you know what, I'll do Jake a favour in response. Kraken Slayer actually doesn't do true damage anymore on its third hit. It's bonus AD.
Oh wow!
It's just bonus attack damage instead.
I appreciate you defending me on something I haven't said, but I appreciate that.
I think I said something along those lines. Yeah, he's calling me out on it.
Oh, sorry. I see.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I
idiot.
stand correct. Yeah, I'm such a honestly what a dingus.
This is a very slippery slope here before we go into just deeply personal anecdotes that we don't like about one another. And
There's nothing I dislike about Foxy. I love him.
Ah,
well,
He's just a bit of a plonker.
positive slope before we start gassing one another up. Then I guess let's go.
It's all wholesome here. Ruddy, though, speaking of wholesome things, getting their first win on the board here, getting the Rift Herald, although indecision. Doesn't have ultimate, so I think they are just going to recognize it's time to give up. Going to pick that one up, be happy with that. Kakos. He's going to not get this tower before Sheehan gets in, but he will take the tower total. Sheehan will try and run Kakos down, but it's so hard to kill him. He's got Bramble, he's got Boots, he's got Bunny Top. So he's able to get away. Sunfire Cape, that's the one. And not much Sheehan can do about that.
More importantly, he's got the cheese wheel. The steal of movement speed just makes it impossible to chase him down.
So glad I'm not the only one who pulls out the cheese wheel. It is literally like it's beautiful.
It just is, isn't it? There's no better description for it.
And it does make like engaging onto Malphite as a melee champion basically impossible. Like, you know, you lose your move speed, he gains the move speed, and then when he uses his E, your attack speed gets cut down as well. So you can't even just like, you know, like in Renekton's case, like your W coming from that auto attack swing, like it's just so difficult to lock him down. And yeah, TP burn there from Sheehan, so that is teleport advantage here for the Malphite. Consider that one as this game develops here. It's now almost a 5,000 gold lead here for Nord. They are just destroying Ruddy's structures here across the map. It's not even from kills, it's just from objectives, and they're doing a great job at it.
Exactly, those platings definitely paying dividends. You look at the kill score, you think, oh, really, you know, they're fairly still within this one. Nobody's particularly been feeding, and unfortunately that can be true, and you can still be losing the game quite heavily. Indecision did a very good job early on at just having better pathing over Zapdo and leveraging the positive lane that he had in mid lane to get himself extra gold.
I'm so glad the Observer switched and toggled gold there, because that was something I was just about to ask for. Look at that mid gap. It is absolutely colossal, and this is the thing which is so scary about this Nord team, is they've got the ease of execution team and their carries are fed. I mean, yeah, Hiddo, it's only like it's a 500 gold lead, which is nothing major, but that 3k gold lead on Tristana, 2-level advantage over MV carry. Kakos in his decision, press R, and it might be Omen's turn to get a pentakill.
Hiddo's 0-2-0, right? You look at the scores of these AD carries and tell me which one has more gold. You don't say it's the Zeri, ever. It is those turrets that have, you know, given global gold, local gold as well between the plates, and Hiddo, despite the fact that he's 0-2-0, more than happy to be stepping forward in these team fights. He's ahead on experience versus Toaster as well. We've got a Drake spawning inside the next minute, so expect to see Nord take that one fairly freely for themselves. Would like to see if Ruddy have learned from game number 1 where we said, don't do a Drake here.
Oh no, MV carry, that is just sad. He can't do anything. He tries to trade back on the Kakos, and Kakos is just getting grasp stacks. That was brutal.
Honestly, it's just kind of unplayable at this point for MV carry. Like, you can't walk up to anyone, and when you're playing a Yone that can't walk up to people, it's yeah, it's a little bit doomed, I guess. It's very tough, very tough in this situation, and we are now kind of on the precipice here in game number 2 of Nord, you know, taking this second game and putting Ruddy on match point here, forcing them into that reverse sweep, which was, you know, coming into this series not something that we were expecting. You know, most of the regular season Nord were struggling. They got off to like a 2-4 start in their first 6 games. Really far cry from what we saw from them in spring, but of course, again, huge testament to this organization. Completely blew up the roster. Nord is not the same Nord that we saw in spring that came top of the regular season and was one of the best teams in the league. You know, this is a completely new roster, and they're still here in playoffs, and they're still taking it and competing, and may even just be able to take this series away from Ruddy, which would be a potential upset. Still early days, okay? We can't call this either way just yet, but great signs here from Nord.
And I do love that you bring back that spring split mentality as well, the sort of embodiment of both of these two teams, because Ruddy in spring were a team that were, again, solidly 3rd place. The parallels for them this season, from this season in spring as well, honestly very high. They were a very solid 3rd place team, not really had anybody contesting them below, weren't quite at that level to challenge the top 2 either, but then had a really ropey first playoff series and finished 4th.
And Pui in serious danger, flashes away, so they will get away from that Leona W. Given enough resistances just to keep them from getting into too much trouble. The problem is topside is getting heavily shoved in. It's a Tristana Zeri. Like, this tower just does not survive. Look at it. Pop on Demolish, and it's done. That's a massive injection of cash into both Hiddo and Omen. And they're just sitting pretty. They've got so much control over this game, and very little burn. They jumped onto Pui, burnt his flash, didn't invest a single ultimate or summon a spell to get that damage down. Maybe a smite, but, like, it's smite, so that doesn't really count. And they're just sitting pretty. Two quick oh god, I forgot the name of that item. Navari. Two Navaris.
Yeah.
Yes, two quick blades picked up onto Omen and Hiddo, and there's the static shiv and the static shiv and Kraken Slayer as well. Static shiv obviously giving a nice amount of wave clear over to the side of Nord, and also playing a little bit more into that AP profile, which we were talking about could be somewhat lacking, but with Zeri being a mixed damage ADC, having that is going to play, you know, dividends into mixing up that DPS and damage profile a little bit.
And if you thought that Zeri was difficult and slippery to lock down before, we now have a quick blades, right? So that E is getting double procced with every single auto attack. Zeri's E resets a little bit every single auto as a part of her kit. We've got the Navori quick blades as well, which takes a second off it every auto attack as well. So it's just going to be Hiddo dashing about every single chance he gets. Oman dashing about every time he gets a reset. He's just taking a tier 2 turret independently of anybody on that bot side of the Rift, and that's about 1,000 gold funneled into this Tristana inside the last 2 minutes.
He's going to have to be very careful here. Interrupting, maybe caught in the shot, trying to survive. Jumps over the ult, can't get away. Tries to get the W off, has got that buster shot, has still got the flash. She is in danger! Omen! He didn't flash! He didn't buster shot!
He had no mana, he was completely but yes, more importantly, he has dragged everyone down from Ruddy to the bot side, and there should be Nash here for Nord.
They're teleporting in. It's going to be on Indecision and Kakos to keep this one alive. There's going to be the stay. There's going to be the fate sealed. Hiddo's over the wall. They find the knockup. They're trying to get the bounce back damage. Oh my word. Hiddo, he's got to make this moment count. And he absolutely has. Double kill for Indecision. Nord somehow make the best of a bad situation.
It's just a massive wallet diff for Nord. Ruddy get a 4-man fate sealed in a Baron pit up against targets with drained armor and MR, but none of them fall. They're all just barely able to limp away a couple flashes, couple dashes, and there's still 4 people with Baron for Nord.
And you just cry if you're Ruddy at this point. Oh, yeah.
Oh no, it's over. It's so over for Zapdo. He knows it. Stand still.
Like, you finally had an answer for this Tristana. You kind of caught her slipping a little bit, right, with that bit of a greedy recall, but it's certainly just, you know, you deal with one fire and then suddenly you realize that there's an inferno on the other side, and it's just looking so tragic here for Ruddy. 10,000 gold difference right now, plus a Baron buff here for Nord. This is looking almost insurmountable now for Ruddy. They're gonna have to find a miracle.
And the thing is that Nord had done the majority of what we typically see first Baron do without the first Baron at all. They'd taken all of the outer structures just because they were so far ahead without the Baron buffs. The first time they get a hold of it, they're able to just crack open the base like it's nobody's business. Inhibitor in the bot lane's already fallen, means that they can move their way into this mid lane quite easily as well, and just continue to domino down these inhibitors.
I'm gonna say something bold here, so buckle up, chaps.
Oh dear.
I think off the sample size we've had for playoffs, Nord actually look like the best team in playoffs right now. Ooh. I think Natives and Verdant did not look good yesterday. I think they both look very indecisive and very hesitant to play the game. Nord, understanding win conditions in both of these games, and have been playing a non-slow, accelerated, understanding exactly what to do, and have played the games really, really well. Now, there is a world where Ruddy can still reverse sweep. This game's not over yet technically as well, but it's going to have to be one hell of a job from Ruddy. They're going to start by trying to open up onto Omen, but he is able to dash away. And Nord crack the second inhibitor tower here. And we'll get on to this inhibitor as well pretty quickly. Not really too much Ruddy can do about this as Zapdo hex flashing back into his base as he's unable to find an opportunity to jump onto Omen. And Nord now still got some time on this Baron. Still looking to try and see if they can siege up to this top side. And this game is feeling rough right now for Ruddy.
And they're just playing the map so well, Nord here. It's really impressive to see, and for me this is what I like to see, because it's something that was perhaps lacking a little bit from this squad in the regular season, but they know exactly what their win conditions are. They know how to play to it, and they're making very little mistakes. Ruddy trying a last desperation engage.
I think this might be dangerous. There's the knock-up. There's the follow-up. Indecision. Pops the R. Omen finds the kill. Gets himself a double. Dashes away to safety to get away from Pui. As Pui on the run, there's nothing he can do but watch as Toaster slowly but surely is just finished up by the rock. As down goes the towers. Down goes the base. 25 minutes on the clock. And Nord, they're on match point.
Dominance is the word we're going to use here for this Nord performance here in game number 2. And this is 2 games in a row. Not to put the blame on one player or anything like that, because I do feel like Nord are just outplaying Ruddy across the board. But again, 2 games in a row where the mid laner is just massive, and MV carry like the Yasuo or the Yone looks like the Yasuo and Yone from my solo queue games. It's just having zero impact. It's completely red from Nord. They have answers to it. And Ruddy have to respond here. They have to respond. They're now on match point. But what is the response? Like, you banned Azir, right? You banned Azir this time around in the draft. You made a draft adaptation. You had the counter pick as well. And Omon, it was even worse this time around for you. Like, what do you even do? It's looking so dire here for Ruddy. Nord, just super impressive stuff.
It's crazy because I really don't feel like Ruddy looked bad. I just feel Nord look amazing. I think that's the major thing, because I don't actually feel like there's a bad play coming from Ruddy. I just feel that, like, Indecision that game left Zapdo 0 windows. Every opportunity Zapdo had to try and get one of his laners ahead, Indecision was just waiting for him, and Zapdo very smartly decided that the play was just a lost cause, so wouldn't go for it. So it's not really a fault of Zapdo. He made the correct call of not overcommitting for a play that would probably go bad, and then coin flip the game. But it was just Indecision just standing there, being like, go for it, see what happens. And it just completely zoned him out. Omen, another absolutely corker performance coming in from him, like, just looking super good in this series. And yeah, I am going to stick by the sentence I said just before that game ended. I think Nord looked, out of our 4 teams in playoffs, currently like the best team in playoffs overall. I don't know where this team was being all split, but they are decisive, they are understanding their conditions, and they're playing super well. I've rambled too long. I think it's time for us to throw to a break. Sorry, rude dude. I'll ask for your thoughts after that. We'll see you in a second. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into game number 3 as Nord are on match point here versus Ruddy. A real upset actually in that sense, and they've just been dominating. They've looked like such a good team. Now, we have had a change. Ruddy are now playing on that red side. They got to pick and they decided to pick red side, so are changing things up. Rude dude, I'm going to go into your thoughts. Is this going to be enough? What needs to be changed more?
So, Foxdrop's hit on this quite well. The change needs to happen in mid lane. If we don't see R5 for mid lane this game, what was the point in red siding? Or at the very least getting mid lane counter pick. I think they've probably had it like a couple of times. I think they definitely had it when they saw Yone into Tristana. Game 1.
Both times. They had it both times, yeah. Azir into Yasuo, yeah.
Well, there we go. I mean, they've had counter pick both times in mid lane, but I think if you have a more well-rounded composition and you can see what you know exactly what you're going against, as much as Oman has had MV carry's number at every laning turn, the compositions also haven't looked too good for Yasuo or Yone to try and function. I think if you can give NV carry something a little bit more comfortable where he knows everything that he's going against, that may be the difference that they're looking for. Because otherwise, I don't have an answer for them for why they'd go red side.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to find out. I mean, the double power pick is always a big thing. We talked about that a lot this game. But it's crazy because they got that power pick in the Maokai in the previous champ select, and it just felt as Zapdos couldn't do anything with it. And I don't think that was Zapdos failing. I highlighted that at the end of last game. I just think Indecision read him really well. And if that comes up again, Zapdos going to really, really struggle going into this game. We'll have to see what's going to get changed up here. Are Ruddy going to go, more traditional and, move away from these Yasuo, these Yones, these melee mid laners, and maybe lean into something a little bit more like traditional, something that can not just be counterpicked by a Tristana and just get outranged? And then maybe look somewhere else? Or are we just going to go full G's here from Ruddy and they look to pull out, some of these more dynamic picks that they do have? It's Nunu time. It's Yi time. You got so many ideas like that. And I feel like that's the thing about Ruddy, is you can never really get that read on what they're going to actually be pulling out, especially when their backs are to the wall. But the big thing is even if Ruddy win this, the next game, it's only one game until they lose. They've got to win 3 games in a row without dropping a single game. And they've lost 2 games pretty decisively to Nord. So Nord definitely got that sell in their wins as we head into Champ Select to see what's going to get taken away. The Yasuo ban by Nord.
Okay, I think you still got to respect it, right? You still got to respect it from MV carry. It is, sure you're able to put it down in the first game, but it is still MV carry's best champion, and you are on you're on blue side this time around, so might not necessarily have the same kind of draft shenanigans to answer it. Wouldn't be surprised to see the rail ban as well from Ruddy. I don't think you want to give that one over to Indecision or Seneca. Indecision has played it before. And it's absolutely the style champion that he likes to run. So lots of power picks here that Ruddy are going to have to opt into banning to avoid being first pick from Nord.
So already we're seeing the issues that come from being on red side a little bit here. You have to take away just certain OP champions. At this stage, Nord still have Azir, Xayah, Rel as all possible first picks. They take away the Rel, but 2 of those picks that they played in game number 1, absolutely slaughtered Ruddy with, that got banned away in game number 2. One of them is going to get through here, and it looks like it's going to be not 1, but 2. Hido's Xayah could very easily just be taken off the board.
Forgot about that Jace. It's been banned all series, actually by Nord on that red side. They go blue side. They really value this here. Omen, I mean, I have no reason to doubt him. He's been the decisive factor in both these 2 games versus Ruddy. We've seen the power of Jace. Obviously, Spike's a little bit later than the likes of like a Tristana. You kind of want those 3 items before you truly come online on the Jace, but he's been pretty good at accelerating his lane leads. And Ruddy, they still feel confident in this pick from the looks of things. They lock in for the Yone, and they're going to see if they can pull this one off, and we'll see what the next pickup will be here for the side of Ruddy. I think the current hover of the Rakan, which they do lock in, makes the most sense, knowing that Hido's real power pick is that Xayah. So if they give over the Xayah Rakan, they might be looking at ending their season.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a Darius on 3 for Shihan. The Poppy's already locked in, so you know you're going to get a Darius versus tank matchup if they take it. Shihan has played this numerous times through the regular season, and we've not seen him have a champion matchup where he can just dumpster a lane. If he takes a Darius here, it gives Shihan agency, which is something that we've not particularly seen from him so far this series.
Yeah.
Looks like trying to make up for the issues which we had with Ruddy's first comp was that lack of wave clear, locking in the Ziggs bot lane just so they can play that kind of range game. I expect this to be Ziggs bot lane. I guess there's a world where Shihan could flex the Yone top, but into Poppy, that's pretty miserable. So I think it's probably going to be
It's a bad world where they do that, yeah.
Yeah, it's the darkest timeline, but it is a timeline nonetheless.
Yeah, I was just trying to look at some statistics for their red side drafts from Nord, but all in all, this is looking really good start for these guys as far as their comfort in these picks go. Jace is Omen has played Jace multiple times, and I do think it's a fairly decent matchup into the Yone. I think that it's similar to the Tristana matchup with two big exceptions. Firstly, you don't push like towers quite as well or anything like that, but secondly, more importantly, you don't have the escapes. So if you are looking to punish that and really get some like help in the mid lane, if Zapdo can pick like a high ganking jungler, I know he's been pinched quite heavily from that side, but there is actually a realm in a world where you can put some pressure in that mid, can give some help to Envy Carry and help him be what he wants to be when he picks up this Yone, right? And something that Ruddy will need to have for their team to work out.
It's funny actually because we do see the Nunu ban. I know we kind of talked about it semi jokingly, but it's something Nord are playing respect on, and it's one of those picks that you're not so used to playing into, that when it does come out, sometimes you can get caught off by it, and that's the power of those kind of more cheesy picks. Zapdo does have a bit of a specialized area for the Nocturne. To be fair, so does Indecision actually. Both of these two do play this pick. They are just going to ban it away. Don't want to give that over. So the Trundle is going to be the pick up here, most likely for Zapdo. I very much doubt that's going to be top lane. And with a massive pinch on that support pool, it actually looks like we're looking towards the potential for something that I thought Pui played absolutely excellently in the final week of the regular season, deciding to move away from that, going for some engage, because that's what this team is lacking, and locking in the Alistair.
And this also works a little bit as disengage as well. They've already got a lot of it with the Poppy, but if you see Yone jump into your team, he gets knocked up, he gets knocked away, that's a sad Yone. So there is that element of safety given from Seneca as well. I actually love this cannon pick if they do end up locking it in, but either way, either of these two AP tops just scream anti-dive, and when, like we've said, you've got Yone, you've got Trundle, that makes the world of difference for Nord. The X factor for Ruddy thus far is that Ziggs in the bot side of the map. He's going to be pumping damage out from afar. At the minute, tools to get onto that Ziggs, Alistair, Gragas, they exist, but they're not necessarily the best. This also does mean that this is a potential double flex between the Gragas and the Poppy. Both of them can go top, both of them can go jungle.
And this draft for me from Ruddy is just screaming mid lane. Like you've got a bot laner here in that Ziggs who's just going to be chilling by himself and just, you leave him, he'll wave clear. Opens up Pui on the Rakan to move around and influence other lanes, specifically in that mid lane. You've got the Trundle pick here instead, which not only matches very nicely into the Poppy, so he can 1v1 and not get like bullied out, or he can hold his own, but it's so good up against the Jace with the pillar as well. Like there's no counterplay for Jace, and even Xayah in that ultimate can't jump over the pillar either. So we've got a lot of good tools here for Ruddy to enable Envy Carry to make that happen, and that's what I think that game plan is going to be.
I will say that there's a major difference between this comp and all the other comps that Nord have played. I feel this comp hasn't quite got that ease of execution, press your R, win the team fight buttons, which both the previous comps did have. So it's going to be interesting to see Nord now actually switching up their style quite a lot. But I do definitely agree with your point, Foxy, especially we got a Trundle, and like Rudude highlighted, the major difference between the Jace and the Tristana is that kind of mobility, is the ability to kind of pick that Jace. You put a pillar in the right place, that Yone is guaranteed to land the CC, and then from there, Jace is pretty doomed when his AD gets chomped away from him by the Trundle, and then, there's no counterplay at that point. So I'm going to be interested to see if Nord can pick this up. And if they can play this comp well, I think that cements my opinion, what I made in the last game, where I think in playoffs, they right now look like the strongest team in playoffs, just due to their ability to kind of understand their team comps and play them well.
I'm looking specifically at how well this Ziggs gets leveraged. We've seen a really good Ziggs game actually already here in the NLC playoffs. Weirdly enough, it was Verdant yesterday. They pulled out the Ziggs, and right up until they lost the game, they were playing that Ziggs beautifully. They got like 12 plates out of the possible 15. They were able to move the Ziggs around the map actually, and use it as a fairly proactive way of finding gold for themselves. This is an opportunity for Ruddy to try and do the same sort of thing. Alistair early on in the lane, not very powerful whatsoever, so they have got very good tools to try and push in, get plates, and move the Ziggs around the map.
And however, on the flip side, Ziggs can be a little bit vulnerable to getting dove if he's not able to like set up or whatever, and Alistair is a great choice for that, right? You sat down the ultimate and easy peasy dives onto the Ziggs without even really needing the attention from your jungler to facilitate that as well. So yeah, I definitely think putting a bit of a microscope on Toaster on that Ziggs might be useful for this game. I'm still thinking, like, for me, I really like what Ruddy's done with the draft and specifically how it's going to play into mid, and as with the whole series in general, it's been a story of the mid lane, and I feel like now Ruddy finally have that set up to make it work here in mid, to really get MV carry going and to put Omen down.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I feel that this is definitely the best draft that we've seen from Ruddy in this series. It's crazy for the simple things like just picking a Ziggs in the bot lane, just adding that wave clear option, because if you do fall behind and you're playing a comp that doesn't have that wave clear, it's just such a miserable experience. Obviously, it's a very different team coming in from Nord, but we'll have to see. But we're getting on, and the minions have spawned up, so we started out into this game immediately. As mid, obviously, is going to be where our eyes are, but I'm going to be interested by this bot lane. Hiddo and Zeneca have genuinely, seriously impressed me, especially when, in that previous game, going down 2 kills immediately and still able to get a gold lead, still able to play ahead in that game. Alistair doing what Alistair does at the beginning of the game. Nothing, because that's not a champion at level 1.
I'm also looking at, specifically Hiddo with his Xayah. Right? We highlighted it in game number 1. You can't give him Xayah. He's been given a second chance here in game number 3, and I say second chance like he performed badly in game number 1. Got a pentakill and won the game with it in game number 1, right? So got the entire regular season, through the times that he's had it so far this series, has been absolutely dominant with it. And just getting given that tool again, we look at how easy is it for teams to dive onto the Xayah as NV carries. Once again, struggling a little bit through this mid lane. Omar not scared of trading. But the answer for Ruddy this time a lot better. They've got good dive tools to try and get on top of the Xayah. The Rakan in particular. I'm looking at Pui, his first play for this series well on the Rakan.
They're jumping in. MV carry's been slowed. Indecision's chasing forwards, but there's no way he can go, as Indecision's just going to wait for this one. MV carry's trying to tidy up, get the chase down, trying to dash away the shields on, and MV carry played that really well to get away.
Oof, just about though. Loses his flash, which is crucial here. A return game could be deadly now for MV carry. Gonna have to bear that one in mind. And I said a lot of it was about the mid lane, and surprisingly for me, it's Nord who made the first mid lane play, and Zapdo instead went for an extra camp instead of going for a straight level 3 play. Now looking for the invade on Indecision though, should find him.
Yeah, he's looking for him, gets it off, and now Indecision with that steadfast presence, desperately trying to get away, but the red buff burning. Indecision gets heavily chunked out, and that's just a nice round there from Pui. And the power Ziggs, he doesn't really need the support to be in lane with him. He can just sit back and cue the wave and clear it away. As Zapdo actually stealing a lot there from Indecision. Uh-oh.
He doesn't know. He's blind. I don't think this play should go through here, though. Nord should know that a lot of Ruddy are knocking about here. Pui, though. Good flash. Oh, I saw that one coming. We all saw that headbutt under the tower. That could have been bad for Pui.
Say what we will about how this series has looked for Ruddy, and I think that Jake actually put a really good point on this. It's never looked like Ruddy are doing anything poorly. And the mechanics of these players is actually generally top-notch across the board. These little flashes like that, the reaction times, they're certainly on point. We've got to give credit to the players where it's due, because making yourself overextend just a little bit, snap recognizing, okay, I goofed, I need to flash to get out of here, is really good cognizant play from Pui there.
Absolutely. Pui he's been my MVP for the entire split. He's played so well. He's just consistently been, that I felt like a saving grace for Ruddy, even in their bad games. So it's really good to see him, keeping that up. Right now, getting a little bit harassed by the Poppy, but not really under any serious threat, and is able to get away. Omen, still though, we thought this game was going to be a little bit harder because, you don't have that safety tools in the jump. You have, you kind of spike a little bit later than the Tristana, but he's just saying, I don't need items, I just have more spells. So he just wins the trades off the back of that.
As we are progressing a little bit more here, 5 minutes in, it's pretty even across the board. Ziggs was a little bit behind in CS, but what do you expect when your support goes roaming for a while, and the fact that they're still relatively equal is absolutely fine there. Ruddy are going to be very, very happy with that one, and this is it. Like, Ziggs can just very easily look after himself, and doesn't have to worry or rely on a support. Should just be able to push his wave in and then go for that reset as well, as Hido's going to get jumped on, going to get caught.
Yeah, it does lose a fair amount of HP there. Toaster's going to flash forward, gets the satchel back. Hido has the ghost, has the flash. Pops the flash to get away. Almost burns down to the ignite. Toaster's not sick, so he should be a-okay. Zapdo coming in, and Seneca, I think he might be in trouble here. Gets the pillar down. They may go for the dive. He has level 4 ticking over just to give him a little bit of health. His indecision's coming down, and they are just going to find first blood. Easy as you like. Zapdo flashes away from the tower juggle. Really well played there by Ruddy.
Yep, beautifully executed. And Seneca, again, a little bit akin to how we highlighted this matchup at the top of the day. Just stepping a bit too far forward when he didn't quite have the right to be doing so. Gets himself picked off for first blood. We do also get to see a bit of a foreshadow into how these team fights want to get played out for Ruddy. The power of Ziggs, not just coming from his wave play, but also his insane team fight DPS, especially when they're set up for it as well. I'm looking at Pui in particular to land that charm into knockup, layer it with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and just have an absolute obliteration of damage in a second.
And it can't be understated of just how big that play was for Ruddy there. Like, you're getting first blood onto Ziggs, which is great, able to pick up not only the chapter, but the tier as well. He's going to be easy peasy just sitting in that lane as Shihan... Actually, yeah, the phase rush is going to get him out, but I mean...
No. Kakos is in danger, the pillar's down!
I mean, Shihan with a kill there, pretty much doing all the work, a good pillar to help out, but... God, that was so close, wasn't it? I thought he was going to die. I think Kakos maybe actually could have killed him, but...
So Shihan had the passive auto proc the whole time, so as soon as Kakos walks into trade auto attacks, Shihan just heals up with the passive attack. It's actually really difficult to try and find that as a Gragas. If you don't get it with the burst, you kind of just have to run. I thought the pillar would have actually saved him, but you know, fair play to Shihan, recognizes he's got the window to get in and manages to make his way out, or make his way into the first blood of that top lane.
The Deathbringer stance actually heals so much. It's such a big one. Able to find that window. Is Kakos misplaying a little bit there, and Nord definitely making a couple of mistakes here and there in this early game. But it's a 2-kill lead. It's a 1,700 gold lead over to Ruddy. So nothing overly unrecoverable, as Nord, they have been very on it with the Dragons. They have actually put 0 priority on these Rift Heralds. I believe they may have won this entire game, but most of the Heralds have actually been going over to Ruddy. Ruddy got 2 in the last game. And it feels a little bit like one of those situations where, you know, Nord are quite happy to trade this out, as Omen... So much damage down onto MV Carry. MV Carry heavily chunked out now.
I miss one mid-wave, you miss 60% of your HP. Trade deals for Nord. Definitely in their favour. They do get the Drake as well off the back of that, so... Ruddy, you should be fine here in this mid lane. It's more if indecision can make anything happen. Remember the Poppy ulti at 6, only a small knock-up.
Coming in, there's the Fate Seal to safety, and that's just bought Omen so much space and survivability. He dodges out on that jump away as well. Omen spacing that really beautifully.
Doing well again. He's not quite got the same pressure as we've seen in this mid in previous games, but remember the first game, which was very much a mid diffy as well, didn't get off into any kind of roaring start like that. Second one's a flash engage.
Yep, looking for it. Toaster gets himself knocked up there. The feathers are down. Toaster's low HP. There's the Feather Storm. Pulls them back. Toaster sidestepping away from the big chunk and able to survive. Meanwhile, the World Ender's popped by Sheehan as he's chasing in for the kill onto Kakos. Kakos now has no R, has no flash, has no dash. It's about to come up, but Sheehan's keeping the pressure up, and there it is. Easy kill. 2 kills up for Sheehan in the top lane.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to touch on this in the draft, but the Aatrox just beautiful versus either the Gragas or the Poppy here. Neither one of those 2 top laners would have been able to deal with this Aatrox, and once we'd asked for Shihan to get some priority, we said, you know, R5, it needs to be securing one of these solo lanes, just an insanely good matchup. It's beautiful to see Ruddy be able to use this red side, that adaptation from games 1 and 2 to now game 3, where they say, okay, what are we going to change? It's all on Shihan now, and with him 2 kills up to the good, largely solo kills as well for both of them. got to give credit where it's due because he's played phenomenally through this early game.
Yeah, this is really, really good stuff here from the Ruddy top laner. Remember in game number 1 as well, a game which Ruddy, they lost, but they showed signs of life. A lot of that was because of Shihan and his ability to get into specific team fights, catch people out of position. I feel like as a win condition, as a saving grace for Ruddy, he's certainly proven himself capable so far in this series, and getting off to such a good start here is only going to make that easier. This Aatrox now willing to put down a lot of pressure into the top side as Omen now is going to get caught.
He's in danger, flashes away immediately, does not want to get himself caught out, as maybe they can turn on to Envy Carry here. They get the shot blast off, but in comes the flash from Indecision. The Fate Seal's blocked by the Steadfast Presence. He's able to survive. Indecision loses his life, though. Massive ultimate coming in from Zapdos, shredding away those resistances, as now Seneca's in danger, but Hiddo's come in to try and save the day. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, chunks out Seneca. Zapdo limps away as Nord end out losing the trade in the mid lane, and we might not be done actually. Pui finds the knockup, Envy Carry finds the turnaround, and Omen falls. Seneca bleeding up with just a sliver of HP. Close fights across the board. Oh, Kakos! The redemption arc.
Okay, that is the most top lane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Patchkos is 0-2, down a level. Shihan dies 1v1. I don't understand how that happens in top lane so frequently, but it feels like it happens every single time.
Toaster?
Sneaky. Toaster, though, has used that satchel charge to get away from danger more than once this game, and should be able to just keep himself safe here as well. We do have that dragon spawning relatively soon. Soon enough that the teams are going to want to start setting up the vision and getting ready for that play. I'd have to think, though, in this situation, it's Nord who might want to be avoiding that one. And Hiddo, especially if he gets much lower here, he's going to have to go for a recall. Might just die.
There's the ult. He can use it to get away, dying some time. Toaster's low HP. Here's the Hex Flash forward by Indecision. Chasing onto Zapdo. Remember, no Subjugate available to Zapdo yet, but they do want to reset. Like you said, Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. The big problem is that's the Ziggs in the mid lane. That tower's already low. One passive attack and maybe a little bit more. That tower's down.
Yeah, we need to take a look at these items at the minute, because Ruddy should have complete dominion over the entire map. We've got Divine Sunder finish for Trundle, Gordrink finish for Shihan, who has teleport to make his way out of that top side if needed. Any fight that Ruddy want to take, they should be taking it. Their items are so much better at this juncture, they should just be winning everything.
Oh, Toaster losing half his health, though. Pretty rough one for him on that front. He doesn't have that teleport either. As back on the map, Hiddo is with that Kraken Slayer in tow, so very comfortable. Doesn't have the Featherstorm, though, crucially, which is going to be a big one. Meanwhile, a bit of a congregation in the mid lane. Massive two-man shot blast. Indecision jumps in, finds the knockup. Toaster flashes away to safety, but they're looking to get Pui. He goes down. Mega Inferno Bomb answers out those. Ruddy trade 1-for-1. Omen desperately trying to get away. Seneca needs to buy some space. Gets the stun off. Gets the pop under the tower. The shot blast onto Zapdo. Omen dodging everything. And down goes Toaster. Omen with the fancy footwork. Absolutely gorgeous. But Shihan chasing in. Seneca's gonna play body blocker. Shihan reveals himself, and now they get a bit of damage off on to him. He's got the sustain. Pui comes in. They pop him down. Shihan, the Gold Drinker heal is just disgusting. Q lands, revive, heal, fate sealed. Into the wall they go as they do find an answer out. Envy Carry's being chased down though by Indecision as in comes Kakos. He's got the cask. He's got the chase. No flash available. Dragon is being taken in the meanwhile though, and Zapdo will get that one for free. Hiddo not in position. I don't know who won that fight. That was just complete carnage.
So across the entire fight, that was a 3-for-3, if I'm remembering rightly. Gold going importantly onto Omen can never take away how important that's going to be for a Nord roster. You see Hiddo even losing his flash down on the spot side. Tier 1 turret in that mid lane still, you know, standing, I will say strong, but as strong as it can do with as little HP as it has for Nord. But the Drake also going to Ruddy. Given the context of the game, that's not bad for Nord, but Ruddy is still going to be very happy with how that sequence of events played out.
Yeah, and with 15
I guess the big thing is where the gold went. There was 2 kills onto Omen, which I think is a major thing for them. The problem is all of these towers are very low, and that's just a really easy global gold for Ziggs to pick up. There goes the first tower. He should just rotate into mid and then look to try and take that one down. Nord might find the gold lead starting to snowball away from them more than it already has. It's a 4,000 gold lead over the Nord right now.
and it is mostly everyone except that mid that has a lead here for Ruddy. So at least you got a plus side there if you're a Nord fan, because obviously Omen has proven himself to be a complete nuisance in this series and really being your shining member by far. And it's just whether or not he can still leverage that and do things with it. It's just so gross. Like you mentioned that freestanding gold, right, for Ziggs, and he's just blown up 2 towers just like there. It's just free. It's absolutely free for him. On the plus side, and this doesn't sound like much of a consolation, but for each tower that Toaster insta-gives, it's one less tower that he can insta-give in the future. So I guess, you know, there's that.
That is the biggest copium I've ever heard in my life. Like, God damn, bro.
But, you know, it's, I guess... But more seriously, like, at least with the outer towers, you know, like, it's going to be harder for him to do it.
Oh, no, Omen. He's going to have to bot back. He's able to get it with the charms on. He flashes away. Sheehan chasing him down. And Omen actually able to survive that shock blast. It's filthy onto the both of them. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't quite hit its mark on Omen. Able to sustain, able to survive, and even catch this wave.
Not sure why I thought that was a Jinx rocket, but it did. Sort of came in at the same sort of angle, and I was like, oh, hold on 1 second. But
Similar
with Toaster, you know, firing that one off, it means that that's one extra side wave that you can't go and collect.
Exactly.
For the next 2 minutes.
You get it.
Yeah. Ziggs Gaming. We've been here way too long almost. Do you remember like Season 3, Season 4 when Ziggs was the only mid laner that was meta? And you would just ult every side wave that you had your ulti available?
Uh-oh. Akos in a little bit of danger here. Actually, gets the cast down. Zapdo chases. Kakos flashes. Fate sealed. Doesn't connect. Slows again onto Envy Carry, but Envy Carry has the knockup charge once again.
Champ is so cool.
That champ is so healthy.
Finally, though.
Yeah, I would pause. I would pause, bro.
Kakos is like,
what did this champ just do to me? Hold on.
I hate that.
Nah, we got Envy Carry finally got his play though. He's been looking for it all day, and he finally got it. So good stuff there for Ruddy. They're happy about that, as it's off to a much better start here so far in game number 3. And Ruddy have to be pleased, because obviously things are looking pretty rough for them so far in this series.
Yeah, I'm happy to see a sign of life from Ruddy as well, because it'd be so sad to see this team who have been, you know, one of a kind of a blessing on the scene with their complete, like, their crazy banter and all the antics they get up to see them get 3-0'd by Nord in the playoffs. As much as it's great for Nord, it would be rough to see them go out in that way, because, you know, this is a very different team from what we saw last season. You know, they had them Voxing on their roster. You know, someone who yesterday said I thought was one of the best ADCs in the league, and they still didn't quite have enough with them Vox. They invested in a different team this time around, you know, pulling in a few old names and also a few new names as well. And, you know, they've struggled in this playoffs game. And I think it's something that we said a lot, but I really do want to kind of hit the point is I don't think Ruddy are playing bad. I just think Nord are playing really well. I think that's the major difference. Is it's when I look at yesterday's games, I saw a lot of mistakes from both Natives and Verdant. I'm seeing just a lot of good plays coming out from from Nord here. I remember Ruddy are also making great plays and some really good stuff, but just not quite as good. And I feel like their drafts in the first 2 games definitely bit them a little bit. Nord this time, not as much kind of ease of execution engages for them. And I think that's starting to kind of catch up with them somewhat coming into this game 3.
Yeah, it's at the point now as well where, for me, looking into the 3rd game of the series here, this could be a pivotal point for how the rest of the series is going to look, right? This is the first time that Nord have really been behind in the series. And this is it. Like, when we came into today, we were thinking this would be not necessarily dominant, but a Ruddy-sided series. And it's not been like that at all. And now that we're finally first seeing that, how does Nord respond? You know, because they haven't been put in this situation so far in this series. It's just not happened. They've been very dominant. They've destroyed Ruddy in the first 2 games. You know, and we want to see if they can fight back, if they are able to show, as you mentioned before, on the flip side, that those signs of life, whether you just kind of chalk this one up to it is what it is, and look to move on. Because as well, like, the implications here, if Ruddy were able to win, the implications for Nord as you move into game 4 is, you know, Envy Carries just salty ran back the Yoni, but this time it's worked. We thought we had an answer for it, but wait, maybe we don't have an answer for it. How do you then change the draft up to actually, you know, make sure this doesn't happen again?
It's interesting as well, because I kind of like your point about talking about, you know, how are Nord going to play from behind, because I think a good team wins from ahead, but a great team is a team that's able to pull back a tough situation like this. So it'd be cool to see, you know, can Nord bring this back, or are Ruddy going to show us that strength that we've been kind of hyping up? And we talked about at the beginning of the day, everyone was like, yeah, we're pretty Ruddy-centric. We admitted we were definitely leaning towards Ruddy to take this series. And so far, Nord have really kind of poo-pooed that for us and have played absolutely phenomenal. As I mean, he has been the player to watch on the side of Nord. Absolutely tremendous game 1 and 2. Game 3 hasn't been bad. He's actually been trading very effectively, but you know, still a bit of a ways from hitting that. He hasn't hit that J spike yet. That's the thing. It's when that 3 item comes in, you see that shot blast land onto Toaster, land onto Heavy Carry. That's when we all go, ooh. And you see what Jace does.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's me as well. Like, I just want to put a highlight on Zapdo in this game. Like, I think he's really bounced back in this one.
Yeah.
He did a fair bit of trolling in the last game, and this time around he's, you know, with his champion pick, I guess you could say he's doing the same thing. But he's just had indecisions number this time around, and they're always, whenever they're scrapping, it's Zapdo that's come out on top. And a lot of these fights or skirmishes have been won by slim margins, and Zapdo's like ability to really make it happen has definitely been the difference maker here. So for me, it's really been on him in this game, and I think he's played this early out really well.
Well, there's the Herald down to get some pressure on to that mid lane so that they can take the tower, not the tower, so they can take the dragon. A lot of emphasis from Nord onto dragon this entire series. As Hiddo, actually, his pathing was a little bit suboptimal there, almost walking into Pui, meaning he's separated quite a lot from the team. The pillar not really going to result in too much, and we did see that Omen was trying to catch waves, trying to catch his items. He's got the Mirror Mana fully stacked up, but they've given up all mid prio, all river prio, to jump into this mid lane and try and soak out onto this tower. And the barrel going to zone off for now. Envy Carry may look for an opportunity to jump in here. They do get the storm down. They get the knock up on to Omen. He's heavily chunked out, but finds that Q. Honey Fruit means he's going to be able to heal back up and get himself some health back before this starts to break out into something else.
I actually really like this from Ruddy. They're not giving anything back to Nord. They knew that they could have taken the Drake and potentially traded it for the tier 1 turret. They say, no, we're so much stronger than you that if we go as 5 anywhere, you have no answer to us. And quite rightly so, they step up, they defend their mid-tier 1 turret and make sure that there's nothing given back to Nord as a recompense. There's a Drake taken by Ruddy, and they lose nothing for it.
Hiddo? No, he's all right. Yeah, it does eat a pillar. Hiddo being a little bit greedy with some of his positioning as, let's see if Homan's in the shop. The answer is no. Finds Envy Carry. Envy Carry gets a nice trade-off, and with Sheehan here, Envy Carry's just going to play this nice and smart. Comes in with a Q, gets the damage off, almost hits him. If that shot blast here, Envy Carry was gone.
He missed 2 shot blasts there as well, literally. Only a single one needed to land, and that would have been it. We said it, right? You want to get to that point where you're going, ooh, with the Jace damage, but there it is. He's hit it. The Mirror Mana is complete. It's all charged up and stacked up and ready to go. My goodness, he does a lot of damage, and that is terrifying. But it is, at the end of the day, just a free kill over to Ruddy, their 10th of the game, and they are looking to really use that death time here. No TP from Omen either. This could be Nash.
Yeah, they're looking for it. There's going to be the crab secured there by the side of Ruddy as well. So they have total vision control and looking to set up for that Baron. Omen doesn't have teleport, so he's not even going to get onto the map quick enough. And Nord, they're not really in position to contest. I don't think they're even going to want to try and contest this. They know it's happening. Indecision may try and give his life for it. Yes, he does have the ultimate. There's a teleport coming in on the flank, and here comes the ult channel. Pops it, misses it, unfortunately. Baron is now at 3k health. Omen looking for that shot blast onto multiple members. Does connect onto just Sheehan. They get the charm off onto the flank. They're going to jump forward. Indecision trying to survive as Omen does go down. Indecision flashes away. Immediately they find a kill onto Toast in response though. Hiddo has got flash, has got ultimate, and Baron's been dissuaded. A 1-for-1 fight mid for AD carry.
Remember, they're currently on the wrong sides of the rift right here. Nord, you know, trying to get back to their set of safety. Ruddy also probably trying to do the same sort of thing. But Nord will be able to take this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Looks like Ruddy might attempt a trade for a tier 2. The Baron stopped, though, by Nord. That's a win on their book, but maybe catch cost looking menacing here.
You're standing around very menacingly. Just about defends the turret there, but it's not got a lot of health. And considering that you're going to have Aatrox or Yone pay a visit back to these side lanes, it's most likely not going to last for much longer. Another split push should bring that one down. It is very nicely done though for Nord to dissuade the Nash. It's what they wanted to do out of that situation. It was just a 1-for-1 as well. When you're behind like they are in this game, 1-for-1s, you'll absolutely take those any day of the week. Shihan could find himself in trouble here, but we do have members of Ruddy moving up to the top side. They've read this play. They're not going to let it happen.
Miller not placed absolutely perfectly. Indecision does find himself knocked up. Seneca can't save the day. Down he goes. Jungler down. This could be Baron.
Yeah, a lot of eyes now on Oman, on Catch, because how well can we see the barrel used? How well does the poke stick for Nord? Need it to do a lot of work right here. Hido 001. Got the 2 items.
Or immediately they jump in, they get the charm into the 2 carries. The Feather Storm's beautiful though to buy some space. Omen's already down, and Baron should just be done. They will take Pui with them as he can jump away over the wall to safety. Kakos, this is going to have to be one hell of an engage. Envy carry forces the flash from Hido, and he just mispositions it. He's down. Ruddy find their opening, find their opportunity. 1 by 1, Nord shall fall. Indecision joins up. It's a delayed ace of sorts. The Baron secured, the gold lead secured, and this looks like this is Ruddy's game.
When all's said and done, every single member from Nord falls. Indecision started off getting picked there, trying to make the play happen. Not quite working out for him, and Ruddy just, honestly, such impressive control around these objectives. They just have such good patience. The engages are great as well. And that's just as I'm hyping them up. 600 gold bounty, by the way, that is for Omen. That's actually, that's really quite significant. That's quite big there, straight onto Omen. That's not a little thing at all. Not clean. Not clean.
Not just is that a 900 gold shutdown going to Oman, it's also 30 seconds now where Ruddy are delayed on the map. They're not going to be able to reset, walk out, start taking these inhibitor turrets, because they've done again the lion's share of the hard work before the Baron went down. All of those basic turrets outside the base had fallen pretty much before they took the Baron. Sticking around for that mid-tier 2 ends up costing Envy Carry his life, as Zapdo's now stepping forward, but getting to the point now where Oman has really got to step up. Xayah in these team fights is going to find it really difficult to auto-attack, just period, because of who she's facing against. If you're attacking a Yone, likelihood is that he's got a Q on you. Aatrox, the same thing to be said for his spells. And the Ziggs as well, just outranges everybody that Nord have got.
The thing is here though, if you are Nord, you do have time. Like, you're not under any immediate threat or pressure to start contesting objectives or to engage on these team fights, right? Like, this is only the 3rd dragon of the game, sure. You don't want to be put on soul point, but it would be a terrible idea to actually initiate these fights. And we even saw that right in game 1. It was how the game ended, right? Ruddy were behind, they tried to initiate a dragon and ended up giving the enemy ADC a pentakill.
That was so big by Seneca there, blowing the TP from Toaster, although there may be a response play coming out, and I think that might be one dead Mukau. He gets the knock up onto multiple people. Big lock onto Omen as Seneca just trying to avoid, trying to dodge. They're going to jump in. Hido is charmed, though. They find the wall bang onto him, though. The feathers come down. Pui's low. That's going to be a kill for Indecision. Hido's in danger. Feather Storm comes out. Kakos keeping the pressure up as they get the root down, but Omen misses the Q. Every carry flashes forward, misses the knock-up. Omen sends him back in, and that might be an opened base now for the side of Nord.
Have to say, these Poppycopters have not been doing work. Indecision had a real good chance there to knock a couple members away from Ruddy, snap this fight into a numbers advantage, but they weren't able to do so. Just a short knock-up for no real effect. And now, 2 versus 4. Can Nord hold?
Seneca's coming in, gets himself the pop, and that is another shutdown for Omen. He's going to keep the pressure up. Shock Blast goes a little bit wide, sidesteps away. Kakos tries to jump forwards with a belly bop, but not going to hit. Shock Blast lands onto Toaster, though, and that is a massive chunk of health lost. Envy Carry jumps in. Envy Carry jumps the hell out of there. He does not want to keep the heat. Woo!
The disappointing thing as well here, though, for these failed Poppy ults, as you quite rightly pointed out there, Rudud, is, like, it's the opportunity cost of Indecision taking Poppy instead of Kakos, right? It is his best champion in the top lane. And if you're going to be picking it away from, like, the best Poppy that you have, you've got to be able to do things with it. And it has been just a little bit disappointing. More importantly, though, for Nord on the upside, another big shutdown over to Omen here. He's completed his Sereldas now. He's got that armor pen. So that front line of Trundle and Aatrox that have been eating up his shock blasts now does even more damage to them. Can actually put down some pain. Nord showing a bit of sign of life here, but Ruddy, honestly, a very, very impressive game number 3 here. They're making it a bit hard on themselves, but they are still set up to make it some good things happen.
I do want to give a little bit of credit to the both of these teams, but Ruddy in particular, right? Because of the difference, I'll say, in budget for the teams coming in. Hold on.
There they jump in. The cast comes down, sending Toaster back, and they do connect on to 1. The chance huge. Hiddo's down, though. No opportunity. 2 kills picked up for the side of Ruddy. I think Seneca just got a little bit too happy there and went for a play but was not ready to go down.
Once again, Oman at the Alamo. Can he defend? He's got a couple of frontliners to help him out, but it's going to be so difficult.
These shot blasts have to hit. They do land onto Toaster. That's a lot of HP lost. Indecision's going to try and clear out the wave. They jump immediately on to Omen to buy some space. He's able to find himself a kill. Tower number 1's down, but the minions are dead. Massive belly bump from Kakos into the stopwatch, into Omen jumping into his potential demise. He's able to survive it just a little bit longer. Omen trying to line up that shot blast. The minion waves will do the Lord's work and keep him alive, though, as Indecision's now the one in danger. They're just trying to clear out the wave. Hiddo's back. This game is so tight.
And he does it again. Oman has been carrying Nord in the first 2 games, and he's the one dragging them through this one as well, keeping that Nexus alive as best as possible. Takes down Toaster, takes down Pui. That stop on the Nexus push is just too beautiful.
Seneca almost getting in danger. Every carry actually jumps over the wall. I didn't see the flank. They TP'd in behind. They really want to kill this Yone, but they don't have time. They've got 2 waves of supers pushing into the base.
That could have been so good. That was the opportunity. You know, Nord saw that window. It was very small, but they took it. Unfortunately for them, not going to work. Ruddy read that one brilliantly.
It's a
this
really
Baron
good escape
has
from
spawned.
carry.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. Like, he read it and just ulted out, and now should be a free Nash here. Indecision's nowhere near. You've got Hiddo in the base as well. Don't make the mistake of trying to contest this one, Nord. There's no point. It might not be ideal to lose the Nash here. Also means that you're probably going to be fighting up against a Nash-empowered team when it comes to this, this Dragon Soul. But, yeah, it's... Okay, this is it. This next, 1 minute will decide the game. Nord need to pull out the miracle team fight here to find it and to salvage game 3.
We're a real big chance of TP backdoors. Envy Carrot and Shihan both have it ready. They don't manage that top wave. Ruddy can just TP in and end the game.
They're pinging it.
Yeah, I think that the pings. Someone needs to reset. Someone has to reset on Nord. They're going to do it, but this means Soul. Nord have to recognize that Soul is probably the worst case scenario for them. They are able to get back 1 member to deal with these waves, but that is no teleport on Kakos, and that's Soul over the side of Ruddy.
It's Soul instead of game. So it feels awful to do this, but you know that that's what you have to do so that you don't lose to that double TP.
Absolutely, but Hiddo gets himself pinned, has to flash. It is a struggling situation right now for Nord, and 1 wave remains, 1 tower remains outside of those Nexus towers, and Ruddy, they're playing the game by the book. They're going to just send most of their team into this bot side while they have Envy Carry shoving in the mid lane, and down goes another inhibitor. Nothing Nord are going to be able to do from this apart from maybe go for a desperation engage. Zapdo's already chunked. He's already down. They found themselves 1 kill. Pui trying to get away. Envy Carry finds himself a pretty big knockup. Hiddo does have the ultimate. Indecision gets on to 1. Knockup landing onto Sheehan. There's the Fate Steel. Goes a little bit wide. GA not popped though. Cackle's able to survive. Sheehan healing up so much HP. They're keeping him alive. He refuses to go down. Seneca can't do anything. Hiddo has to make the hero play happen, but he's unable to do so. The sustain, the healing is too much. Ruddy find themselves their win. They take down Nord. We're going to game 4.
Ruddy is still alive, showing us pretty much all of nothing in game number 1 and 2. That was a dominant game number 3. They maybe did some little bits of not so great stuff towards the end of that 3rd game, but all in all, a very nice game from Ruddy and the perfect bounce back.
They built up the buffer to be able to have those oopsie moments, right? They played so well for the first 20 minutes of this game. But yeah, they may have thrown a little bit at some Nexus turrets. They may have accidentally given a pick over when they shouldn't have done. But by the time that they started doing that, they were already too far ahead for it to matter. and we get to see the Ruddy that we were expecting coming into today. The team that are, again, meticulous and malicious as well in their execution. If they see a fight that they want to take, they're going to take it every day.
Absolutely. I think Pui on his Rakan once again, though, like, solid play from him. You gotta give a massive shout out to Mr. Spin the Block in the top lane, though. Like, Sheehan, his Aatrox was absolutely beautiful. He just completely outclassed Kako on that on the Gragas top lane. And that final fight, he just refused to go down. Hida was just throwing feathers repeatedly at him, and he was just healing so much. It was beautiful to see.
Death Stance, Gore Drinker, Aatrox hit period.
It was gross. It was gross. And that game number 3 was kind of troubling, though, from a Nord standpoint. I think the execution, mechanical stuff really wasn't good, and they were just outcast. They were just outcast by Ruddy. It just looked like a good team versus a bad team, honestly, in that time around. We mentioned when Nord was beating Ruddy in games 1 and 2, Ruddy didn't actually look that bad. Nord were just looking really good. I actually think Nord looked crap in that game, and
I think it's fair.
Ruddy really did punish them for it. So
we have to shout out Oman, though. As much as there were elements of the map that weren't looking too great for Nord, Oman was doing the best.
Absolutely. I don't know. I feel that was a lovely response there from Ruddy. They're finally back online, but they've still got to do it 2 more times if they want to make it to play versus Verdant. We know there's a bit of beef there, so we're going to throw to a break, and when we're back with game number 4.
How would I rate myself against the owners of other teams? I mean, obviously, it's not just me. You know, behind the scenes, it's Harry and Regan putting a lot of work. Regan actually outperformed me quite a lot in terms of just being a funny person recently, but I would say that there's no competition. I don't think there's any other org that outputs as interesting content as us or as creative on the level that we are. I think if you stack up the other 7 teams in the league, we outcompete them completely, and if you were to put them all together, they wouldn't be able to compete with us.
For sure, we know really well what are the win conditions of our team, and we are also really good at scouting opponents. So most of the time, one of our biggest strengths is to be able to always have a good draft and always manage to slow down enemy plan. So then we are most of the time on a good scenarios.
Well, when the jungler follows the support, it's because they think that sardines would be thrown into the sea.
I think I would have to rate myself talking with like NNV carry at like a similar level so far. I think he has some really strong sides, especially his Yasuo.
Among the bot laners, I say I'm definitely like top 3 or like top 2. Like I feel like played pretty well this split overall.
But he has like really bad sides as well that he needs to think about and not get caught on side and stuff like this. So in the series, it's just gonna be about us trying to reduce our bad sides and improve our strong sides as well.
And against Hido, who I'll be facing, I don't know much about this guy, honestly. Like, the last time I played against him, I solo killed him on Ezreal, so I feel like I'll just roll over him, honestly.
I think I've shown pretty good performances, although people don't really see actually what's going on. Like, it's harder to tell how much I'm really doing from an outside perspective, but even with that in mind, I think I've played pretty well.
I would obviously put myself on the top. When you have been through the darkest parts, like my hometown Gotham, NLC is nothing compared to that. If you compare me to people like Indecision, you will see how crazy the difference is.
I think the only jungler that I can think that stands out in the league is Stefan. I think he's pretty consistent. He's the only one that actually makes me think. Like, I need to kind of think outside the box when we play against him.
I will just serve justice for Nord, Ruddy, and Gotham.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into game number 4 as Ruddy pulled the win out, a needed win because they're back to against the wall. And honestly, we were talking a little bit in the break, but it felt like Shihan just absolutely outclassed Kakos top lane. It was really rough up there. Omen, I've had this thing with Jace recently where I feel like Jace spikes way too late in the game. Like, Omen wasn't playing bad. He was just on a champion who kind of requires 3 items to really have impact. And it felt like the game had just slipped away too quick from him. And they were able to deal with Hiddo on his Xayah, who, you know, is kind of like his go-to pick. So really, really good draft there from Ruddy. And I think it was you, Foxdrop, that said at the beginning, but you felt like this was the first good draft from Ruddy.
Yeah, it felt like the draft that really enabled them as a team to play towards their strength. I love the identity of the draft. You know, having Pui on the Rakan, it's his best champion. He's an absolute monster on these kind of like roaming engaged champions. And he did, even right from like level 3 when they invaded Indecision's topside. Blue buff, Pui was there, and that was the big difference. The fact that they had a Ziggs with Toaster so that Pui was able to move around because you've got a Ziggs, you can just chill out. Like, the draft was great. It enabled the team. And just a lot of individual diffies. You know, Shihan diffie in the top side. Bot side diffie as well. I think Hiddo really did not play well at all. In that game, even on the Xayah. Like, just a whole combination there really came forward for Ruddy. And just, yeah, it meant they were able to pull out that pretty confident win there in game number 3 and keep the series alive.
Well, we're seeing the bans come out, the Sejuani, the Jace this time from Nord. I think that means they don't want to play it, they just don't want to give it over. The Maokai and the Rumble band away. Still got things like the Rel up and available. The Yasuo is still there. There's the ban on the Yasuo from Nord. I'm curious why they value the Yasuo ban over like a Yone ban. Knowing that every carry plays one of those 2 champions, I feel like the Yasuo is easier to kind of deny. Because Yone just has so many tools to get into a fight. They're deciding they'd rather just not deal with it, and they're going to take away Pui's Rakan, which was a sleeper kind of hit last game. I think he was a major benefactor, which led into that game being in the state it was in.
This now sets them up to have Xayah Rakan as their duo, right? Just because Hiddo has, you know, one game where he can't really auto-attack doesn't mean that there's going to be a second one. And if you have the Lovers duo there, it also sets up a lot easier for you as well. Honestly, would like to see Toaster try and deny this. I know we were big on the Ziggs, but I think if you take away the Xayah Rakan pairing, it just breaks up what Nord are opting into. And the one notable missed from the ban is that Rel. Pair it up with the Xayah, really good easy CC chaining between Xayah Featherstorm and the Rel combo.
Or something which you've talked quite a lot about over the last 2 days, Rude Dude.
Yeah.
Something which, you know, can be enabled by someone who just groups up a team and makes them stay there with them.
Lock it in. Do it.
It's
Ruddy, Ruddy.
minute. Yeah, I feel it's fun to talk covers, right? But like, there's also a world where it's just like, yeah, you do that, and then you just give Xayah over to Hiddo, who can just block out all of the MFR. So, question is what is the response going to be from the side of Nord here? The Kaiser's open, the Varus is open.
They go misfortune.
They might do, honestly. Honestly, it wouldn't be too surprising.
It's a really good lane bully, but pairs nicely with the Rakan as well, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's
like
the Azir for Omen.
Yeah.
That is much better than the Jace, I think, in my humble opinion. We'll see. They're probably going to pick up an AD carry here, something which kind of adds a little bit more. And I think, you know, as much as the MF is a great lane bully, playing MF into Rel is pretty rough when she can just jump on you, interrupt your ult. You kind of want to be very static as an MF, and Kaiser is the complete opposite. Someone who can move around and kind of avoid that Rel at all costs.
It's good as well with someone who can kind of protect themselves a little bit better, jump in alongside the Rakan if you get some more like engage in that jungle or top side, which is very easy to do in those roles. Then that's great, and that's going to be Zapdo's Nocturne. Okay, a lot of diving forwards here coming through from Ruddy's team comp. I do think that's quite interesting and very aggressive.
Super hard versus Azir.
Yeah.
Right. Just as an answer pick, it is very difficult. If Azir, for one, can shove you away with the Streamer Shuffle, he also, if he positions wisely, can just E away. So landing that fear on the Azir is always very difficult. Same thing to be said for Kaiser, honestly, as well. If you're not forced to take cleanse, because it's a Rel, it's a really weird lane to take cleanse into. You've just got a lot of ability to dodge around on the Kaiser. So quite a difficult Nocturne game coming in.
I'm going to say something probably quite silly, but is there a world where this is a flex into mid?
I don't know why. As soon as you opened your mouth, I just kind of saw that coming.
Honestly, though, MV carry, if there's someone in the league that would do it, it's him, right? 100%.
True. I think into Azir, no. I feel like it's a really rough laning matchup into Azir. Like, yeah, post 6, you could just jump over him, but that then goes back to, like, he could just shuffle you under his tower. I think... decide they go for the Akali. unless we're in some crazy turbo world where this is like Akali top, Nocturne mid. Very much doubt that. I want to see some stuff from Nord, which is going to be that kind of more ease of execution now, because I think that was the big problem in the last game, was they picked a comp which wanted to be Dovat, and they didn't have those kind of we start fight buttons. This time it looks like they're trying to lean a little bit more into that. They've already locked in this on here for Kakos. I think it suits him way better. And then another answer, looking for something in the jungle which can start those fights. Moving away from what you opted at, and they are going to go for the Vi. I do worry, though, that the Vi R is just kind of useless into Toaster, because he just presses R, right?
You hit the nail on the head. And Wukong doesn't have that problem, because he has 2 Rs and a ton of damage that goes in between all of the Rs anyway. So just my 2 cents on, like, and that is specifically focused on the AD carry matchup as well. So maybe there's a little bit more to it that is in Nord's mind specifically. I'm looking at that 2v2 when you come around the mid jungle duo. Can be quite easy to lock down that Akali, despite the fact that she's got 3 different dashes in her shroud. You press R on her when you see her, and then Streamer shuffle her out of her shroud. There's a world you can maybe find a kill there. Aatrox locked in though for Shihan in that top lane was a formidable force in game number 3. No reason to suspect that it won't be the same in game number 4.
You're completely right, though. Like, I feel like I was a bit worried that, like, the Vial onto the Akali would be a problem, but I guess when you've got the Azir to shuffle them out, you know exactly where they're going to be, because that's where the Vi's standing. I do worry, though, like, it's only MV Carry who's going to get ulted this game, because why are you going to ult Shihan unless you're just going for a pick? You're not really going to ult Pui either. Unless it's a similar situation. Toaster can ult out of it. Zapdo has a spell shield, so it's actually quite hard to connect the R onto the Nocturne unless you can bait that out earlier. So it's purely MV Carry is about to play not League of Legends, because he's just going to be unable to do much on a melee range champion into a Vi Azir. I feel like these team fights are going to be definitely going to be a little bit rough for him in this game. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on the draft, because genuinely, I think all of the other games, I found it fairly easy to make a kind of conclusion where I think the draft sits at. I actually think this game's quite hard for me to judge. So I'll go to you, Foxy. Who are you liking in this draft, and and why?
I like Nord minus the Vi, because I think it's hard for Vi to do too much. Pretty much exactly as you and Ruddy both pointed out. I think it's pretty standard, pretty simple. You've got simple tools and whatever on top as their mid. but simple stuff. The thing for Ruddy is kind of, they don't have good team fighting champions. You've got Rel, who will jump in and engage, and like she's your only engage, she's your only frontline as well. And then outside of that, like you don't really want to be in team fights with, just like front to back standard team fights with the rest of these characters. So I feel like this is probably going to be leaning more towards like a 1-3-1 composition. Like you want Shihan in to be popping up in a side lane and Akali as well, and then you use the paranoia for Nocturne to make it an uneven fight, right? To turn that into a 2v1, to pressure the side lanes, and not necessarily go in for those team fights and having the benefit of maybe like finding a pick and being a member up or something along those lines. So I do think Ruddy have that different kind of game plan compared to Nord, but I just wonder if they'll be able to execute it, because it is a little bit harder to do that than it is just playing standard front to back.
I think it's to sort of add on to that, a skirmish composition much more than a team fight composition. If you get a 3v3 anywhere on the map, you're probably good. Same for a 2v2. 5v5s though, when all of Nord's buttons are there, it just becomes a bit too much for Ruddy.
Yeah, I think that's a good TLDR on the state of these drafts. As we do see, Sheehan does spot where indecision starting. Meanwhile, Zapdo, the great burglar himself, stealing away some chickens from the side of indecision, and he actually may just go for this play. The question is are Nord aware of this? Because he's lost his chicken and his red buff. If he doesn't go for a counter invade here, it's going to be super hard. And even if he does, every carry just placed a ward on the entrance to the jungle. So indecision will be spotted. So Ruddy will have a perfect tracking on indecision this game.
This is tragic. This is so bad for indecision here. I don't think he knows at all. And as you say, idea. I don't think he has an answer for it regardless.
It's Seneca.
Really lazy from Nord, honestly. It's so easy and so standard as well to put a ward on chickens at level 1. Just to know what's happening inside your own jungle, and now indecision walks in. They're gonna spot Zapdo walking away. They press tab, 12 camps, indecision. Yeah. His only play here is to gank bot lane. As long as Toaster and Pui don't die to this. Does he even have his
Q? He's level 2.
No, oh yeah, he didn't even do wolves. No. Wow, he's gonna. This is depression station.
No, the walk of shame. You hate to see it.
And this is so nice as well for Zapdo, because the whole purpose of Nocturne is to hit level 6 in the early game. You get 3 camps for 3? Like, how easy is that for Zapdo now to just continue to power clear and make sure that he hits level 6, not just at a good timer, but so far ahead of indecision.
Yeah, and indecision wants to hit 6 ASAP too, right? So he's... Oh my goodness, this is a back-breaking start here for indecision. He's going to try and invade and get something out of it. Does have a bit of mid prio, but yeah, exactly. This Aatrox will come on down and make it very difficult. Ruddy should have an answer to this one. We'll see if they decide to collapse. Here comes Shihan on the Aatrox.
No. This is painful for indecision. Omen's going to do his best.
Seneca up though. Here comes
they have moved Seneca up. Let's see if they can contest this one. Indecision needs to get this smite, or he is in the saddest time. And that is a huge knock-up onto 2. Indecision has to flash the wall immediately. Kakos too slow to the play. Zapdo losing a fair amount of HP here to Omen. And Ruddy chunked out. Indecision. He might not even get Crab. I actually think
he has to.
Okay, he's going to get Crab. I was pretty sure he would ult F4 if he missed Crab there. Like, that'd be it.
Oh, man. Oh, it's so hideous here. Really good collapse again from Ruddy just to defend the jungle and indecision. Like, it's not like the first crab is pittance. It's so awful. Like, after these first set of crabs have despawned, and then you get ones that spawn either top or bot, rather than the first ones that spawn top and bot. The ones that spawn later, they're great. They're really good crabs to take away. These ones are just they're nothing. They're really not worth a huge amount. They're pretty pathetic, and it's indecision is struggling here. He is not happy at all.
So much of the jungle game early on isn't actually gold, it's experience, right? And the crabs just don't give any experience anymore, right? The amount that they give is, as you said, pitiful. And the fact that you're stealing away 3 camps on Zapdo, he's gone back to base at level 5.
God, he's got that whip in his inventory as well, so he can just power through the jungle even faster. It's level 3 to level 5. Gonna get out of the map as well. Like, even if he just wants to go for this dragon, he could do that, and there's not too much Nord could do about it. Just oof. Terrible,
Oh,
terrible
so-
start.
You're about to experience the worst thing about jungle, catch-up experience. There's going to be a point in this game where we're going to go, wait, how is Indecision the same level as Zapdo? And catch-up experience is just, it's not okay, man. I swear. All this work can just get undone by catch-up experiences.
By one
Sheehan?
full clear.
Yeah, literally one full clear, just suddenly he's back in the game. Seneca, though, losing a lot of HP. Zapdo not able to finish that one up. Unfortunately, not quite at that 6 mark as they are shoving this wave in to make sure it's as good of a reset as possible. And Ruddy, for the first time this series, are going to turn their attention towards getting first dragon of the game.
Not gonna be very easy for Nord to take a contest here or do anything about this at all. When you're shoved on the tower with your bot side, they can't move out here. Indecision as well was in spawn. Very easy, very nicely done here for Ruddy. All of this early advantage, just perfect stuff here. And as Rudy pointed out, skirmishing team comp here, or you know, I talked about the 1-3-1. Either way, getting off to an early start here is going to be beautiful for these skirmishes or for these like 1v1s in the side lane. It's great stuff here for Ruddy in game number 4.
And again, I tried to touch on this a little bit later in the back end of last game, but I do want to give credit to the Ruddy organization for this composition of players and how well, not just the players themselves, but the coaching staff, everybody behind the scenes has done. Because we look at the rosters that are in playoffs, right? The 2 teams that played yesterday, undoubtedly coming in with just a much bigger budget. Ruddy coming in with the just not necessarily the bare bones, but definitely a lower budget roster and challenging in this playoff series already just speaks to the organization as a whole. And they've had 2 competitive splits in the NLC, made playoffs both times, and it just deserves that credit that Nord should also be getting given because they too made 2 splits at playoffs in the NLC.
It's very much a pride thing here for the side of Nord. Making that again. Let's see if they've got enough in the tank, because I feel like losing here it's the most devastating thing. When you get those first 2 wins and like so convincingly as well, then to lose 2 games back to back, it's so heartbreaking. It's so hard to kind of find that like that mental recovery from that point. So if Nord do go and we get the start of that reverse sweep, going into game 5 when you're the ones being reverse swept is just the most, it's such a brutal experience. It's so hard to kind of recover from. As Zapdo now level 6 is going to be looking to find a place where he can pop that R. Like we said, it's quite hard to go in on Omen, to be fair. He is able to escape as Indecision, desperately trying to put level 6 together for himself, but Zapdo, he's just turning his attention towards this crab.
And this Herald as well should be able to pick it up relatively easily here. We've got some MV carry roaming action happening too. It is now, well, if Indecision did ding 6.
He has a better smite, so it's 9 versus 600 at the minute.
It should be free going over here for Ruddy. Nothing doing here for Nord. Although, as Zach, as you said, Jake, Indecision's out level 6 is engage.
They do find the knockup actually onto MV carry here. They're going to pop the R, immediately jumping onto Pui. First blood for Kakos. The recovery, the bounce back from game number 3.
And from the start of this game as well. Not a good start here at all for Nord, but that is a kill. That is first blood. Unfortunately, it's Ornn. Ornn picks it up. He's probably not your ideal target for gold in this game and for first blood. Having said that, though, and I do think this is actually a relatively underrated point, considering how last game went.
Yes.
Maybe giving a little bit of love to the top side just to make sure that doesn't happen again. You know, it's not terrible.
Dear.
They do miss that. The ignite comes down. They're going to chase up onto Sheehan, who flashes away. No ultimate available for Indecision, so he can't chase up any further. And that is a flash burn by the Aatrox. So Kakos going to be happy with that one.
Yep, again, let's see if either of these junglers can capitalize, because Kakos also earned their flash too. We'll have to wait and see on the second timer, I suppose, of our jungle ultimates if either one of them can make a play. I think you're less inclined to do so as Nord, because as we've highlighted, you're giving gold to an Ornn. The relative value of that definitely not as high as if you're trying to find a kill in the mid lane, find a kill in the bot lane.
Oh, Seneca really trying to be proactive on the map, and Pui finally getting the Rel, a champion which has been so hotly contested all of this playoffs, and especially all of this game. see if he can make it work. Unfortunately, was the victim of the first gank. And honestly, Kekos, lovely little R, did that through the blind. Obviously, is a little bit easier to kind of predict where they were going, but still was able to hit it. And instant follow-up from Nord. They were so ready for that play.
Nord now stabilizing in this game number 3. The start from Indecision was not good, but this is the thing, right? Indecision doesn't necessarily need to have a lot of gold to make it work. It would be better if he was playing someone other than Vi to make that true, but still, a Radiant Virtue Vi doesn't have to have a huge amount of gold or XP. But still, this is a massive difference here in farm between the two junglers. And considering skirmishes or, you know, 1-3-1s and split pushes and just what the impact that Nocturne can have with these team compositions, it's a big deal. Indecision now is going to get stunned out of his Q, should be able to just walk away. Toaster and the rest of Ruddy in position to potentially take this dragon, and I don't think Nord can do too much about it. But Jihan,
clearing out all the vision.
Talked about these compositions. You got a complementary composition for Ruddy. All of their champions dive really well. Let's see if they can do it here. Drake 3k.
Yeah, they're looking to jump in. There's going to be the lights getting turned off immediately. Waiting for the opportunity to jump in. Unable to connect it. Everything gets thrown down on the point. There's the Feather Storm. Immediately following out. Omen does it again. Popped into the ram. Nord absolutely crushed Ruddy.
oh boy, it's all falling apart. Ruddy, perfect start to this game. They had everything they wanted, and that is just not it at all. What a teleport there from Kakos, getting down into the fight. The Ram Jam blowing up Ruddy. Yes, they got the dragon, but they lost the fight heavily. Nord very happy with that one.
I just think if NV Carrier committed ult, he would have killed Omen here. Omen now could just do that old turnaround play of the Azir. Is about to get teleport up, so it looks like he might be baiting NV Carrier. Seneca's in the wings.
Okay. And everybody chills, okay? They've had a nice little fight around the dragon. It's now farming time the next couple of minutes. Herald pops down in this mid lane just before the plates spawn, or plates despawn, rather. Good to see that they'll be able to get a little bit of gold here onto likely NB carry. That they're going to get these regardless, so 2 plates.
Oh, he didn't
JK, never mind, NB carry didn't get anything. Pui, good W, gets himself over that wall. But Nord now very much with the momentum in their favour. They just found massive Drake fight, weren't quite able to find the dragon itself, but they look to leverage that gold now into a really, winning mid game. Already talked about how their 5v5s are going to look better than Ruddy's, and the fact that they've got a crown for Omen as well. I want to shout this out because he's playing up against 4 diving assassins. If you have, 2 seconds of very much reduced damage, it makes those assassins a little bit less useful for those seconds.
Yeah, it's really powerful actually here for Omen, as he is just chunking out NV carry underneath the tower as well. Unable to get himself that plate, but still able to get a heavy chunk off there. And with this next wave and with the reset coming in from NV carry, maybe able to just get this next plate, because Akali, not particularly famed for her wave clear, so this wave will crash regardless. Actually, no, just teleports in. That's how you stop it from crashing.
Yeah, that's not even TP advantage either, right? I mean, as far as time is concerned, Omen's TP will be up first, but I don't think it really means a huge amount at this stage of the game. 1,000 gold now in advantage to Nord, and considering how this start went, I am a little bit surprised about this one. Like, the Nocturne here, not really been able to do too much with that advantage. Has completed his mythic now with that stride breaker coming through. These tank mythics on Nocturne make it a lot easier for you to actually jump in more indiscriminately. If you're going for the assassin builds, then if you jump in, you better be damn sure you're killing someone, or you're going to get blown up as well. It does mean that this Ruddy composition that otherwise does lack a bit of engage can have a little bit more from the side of their jungler of this Nocturne coming through here.
Interestingly as well, as Seneca jumps away to safety, it's an AD build coming out from Hiddo on the Kai'Sa. You asked for it yesterday, Rude Dude. You said you'd rather see AD Kai'Sa than AP Kai'Sa. That has been the case. He's got the Kraken Slayer building towards the... Yeah, you were like, you much prefer AD, right?
No,
sorry.
I prefer playing it.
Yes.
I prefer seeing AP.
Oh, you prefer seeing AP?
Yeah.
Why, because it's meta or just in general?
It's way too OP. It does way too much damage.
Omen has just chunked the hell out of G in here. He's going to keep the pressure up. About to get his Q up. The rest of the team chasing up.
Not turn it.
Just gets turned onto the World Ender down. Gets hit by the Infernal Chain. Seneca may line up the knock up here. Catches him. Oh, what a dash!
He couldn't do that. Oh, that was like the only way he gets out of that one. I saw it coming a mile away as well. It was just going to be a trade of dashes there. Really good one response there from Shihan. Over here comes the engage.
Immediately jumps straight in, but the AD Kaiser is going to start to put some of that damage out. Every carry eats a couple of auto attacks, able to get away. Hiddo slides in, and every little misplay is just doubled as Nord keep finding their opportunities. Pui able to get away, trading 2 for 1.
Such a strong start to this game from Ruddy. They got this Nocturne super accelerated to level 6. But all they were able to do was get 2 plates back onto the same Nocturne with it. They got a Herald, but nothing really much more. Nord able to find a fight around a dragon, using their 5 versus 5 composition beautifully, and now even turning around those short order skirmishes. Ruddy overcommit just a bit too far, lose their mid-jungle duo.
This is it right now. At this point here, Nord always have an answer for Ruddy. Ruddy are the ones in the driving seat as far as actually initiating and engaging all these plays, but it's Nord that have the final say. And a lot of it, honestly, has come down to catch costs on that Ornn. I feel like his team fights, the ultimates that have come down, have really, really benefited Nord, and he's caught Ruddy in multiple different situations here. And now we're going to get another scenario where Ruddy, this is not a team that's built to fight these kind of 5v5s, and they look like they're going to force it around this dragon, and I think Nord might just come out on top again.
Zapdos going to have to do one hell of a steal, but Pui comes in. There's the knock-up. Hiddo finds the kill. Omen gets another shuffle back. Hiddo can't climb up onto the next kill, but dragon secured. Kill secured. Nord, they're just so ahead right now.
And I gave credit to Ruddy earlier for their rebuild in Spring. I want to do the same for Nord here. Completely new roster between Spring and Summer off the back of another set of playoffs games. Picked up an LFL top laner catch cost, some veteran presence on that top side, and
Hiddo. He flashed into the tower. He's dead. He's gone. Indecision was too slow. What the hell was Hiddo doing?
That is a good question.
I will not do narrative. My apologies.
No, yeah, you're not. That's your punishment. Hiddo's had enough of that. He's just going to completely sprint it down to give 350 gold over to Aatrox. One of the win conditions of Ruddy's team comp in the split push, the skirmish, is the 1-3-1, and you're going to give a big old shutdown to the Aatrox. Yeah, that seems like a questionable play if Ruddy are able to come back into this game and therefore the series. Remember that play right there. That was a little bit no bueno from Hiddo.
Not the Spanish. You know it's bad when we pull out the Spanish on cast.
What are we talking about? It's a chocolate bar.
It's a lack of a chocolate bar, I guess.
Which is also bad.
Also bad. That's even worse in Spanish.
Even worse in Spanish. I don't know why that tickled me so much. All right, let's
it's
take
well
stock
known
of
that
the
Spanish
game.
chocolate is just the toppest of tiers of chocolate. So if you don't have Spanish chocolate, then it's just even worse than not having English chocolate, all right?
That I'll give you that one. Lovely little
Fries in
escape out of that
Belgium.
one.
Fries in Belgium. Facts, mate.
Anyway, Gold League right now, 2,000 in the favour of Nord. It looks like they're going to try and take this tower. If not, take MV carry. This might be that moment where we're talking about what Indecision's capable of doing, but with Pui here, I think it's a little bit too risky. Akali is still Akali, and with a rail backing them up underneath the tower, they should win that trade. So Nord very smartly decide to pull off that dive, pull off that tower taken, maybe delay it for just a little bit longer. And honestly, the game feels like it's taking a bit of a breather for the first time this entire series. It's been so go for all 3 of the first games. Finally getting that moment where it kind of slows down and the teams kind of take stock of where they're at.
It's that sigh, I suppose, for both sides, right? Where Ruddy are, not absolutely steamrolling to a lead like they were in game number 1 or game number 3, and Nord are in a position in a game that will send them to the next round of the playoffs. And they, if they just want to take a little bit of time to reset themselves, breathe, remember that they are ahead, their composition scales very well. Just take a little bit of time to reassure themselves that they can take this game.
And the series alongside it as well, keeping your EMEA, that's so much harder to say than the EUM, Masters' dreams alive. Obviously, the loser of this series is knocked out of the playoffs, and that's it. That's their split done. If you do want to secure your place in the, could you say EUM's international? I mean, it is, but it's just Europe.
I've gone for international event quite frequently, just because it's better.
Yeah, definitely makes it sound more prestigious. So yes, this international tournament of the EMEA Masters, then yeah, you gotta smash your way through the playoffs here, and losing at this point would absolutely not be it. And let's not forget, for Ruddy, they were favorites coming into this one. Pretty much all of our analysts, and even those who aren't analysts, predicted Ruddy to win this, and it's not looking too good for them right now, despite having the advantage in the early game here. For me, the real kind of common denominator for this team, their shortcomings in this series, has been their objective control, their decision making around objectives. When they've lost, it's looked terrible, but in that game they won. In game number 3, it looked fantastic. They live and die by their ability to control objectives, and in this game specifically, they're dying.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, for now, game still continues to kind of have that slower pace, although Indecision is once again looking and lining up that jump onto Envy Carry. He's used the Proto Belt, so that's some of that mobility down. Zapdos in the area, and again, Nord dissuaded on going for the dive, but every time they do this, Envy Carry has to back off somewhat, and that tower takes a bit of damage from Omen, so slowly but surely, he's whittling that turret down, and 33 seconds until the dragon spawns up. If Ruddy can get this, that will be the soul point over to them. And they'll be one step closer towards that Mountain Soul, which may give them a little bit more space, a little bit more breathing room, especially on Tashihan, who's going to be able to avoid a lot of that poke, but his sustain, Mountain Soul's going to make him really hard to kill.
We just want to give a quick little tidbit here to NV Carry and the itemization. I don't really want to call it an adaptation, because you'll see Akali's go Proto Belt fairly frequently anyway. But he's just using it to proc the crown off of Omen, and those two cooldowns are very matched. So there's like a 5-second overlap between when Proto Belt isn't up and crown is. So it's just really nice to see NV Carry constantly trying to proc that in case of any fights.
Well, hang on. What? Okay, yeah. Nord just want to take this one. I was a bit concerned when they all started backing away, but no, they're just going to take this dragon away, and finally, yes. Praise the Ruddy gods, they've decided not to throw the game away at an objective, contesting something they have no job contesting. You know, it's been what their downfall for this game, and it was in the, I believe, the first game as well, either the first or second one. It's just not something they've had the best decision making about, and so letting that one go, absolutely fine. It's good. Let it happen. Instead, you're just chilling out a little bit. You want to, to scale up a little bit, get some strength in those solos, and really look for a way to leverage that. The difficulty is, where do you leverage that? How do you leverage that? It's not going to happen against the Nazir, especially with the crown. I think you've got to look towards the Aatrox, but up against that brick wall of an Ornn, even that's difficult. I just don't know what the window is for Zapdos specifically on this knockdown for the collapse.
Oh no. That might be a very endangered Aatrox. They launch in, and Hido finds that kill. They even send a goat over to see him off to the other side.
This is a little marker for his tombstone there. He's dead. No doubt about that one. And I don't think Nord are going to get anything too much out of it. There is still that bot tower, though, that they can pick up for that freestanding gold. Reno is... Is he running away? Like, is that why he's
jungle
there?
was buffed, right?
Yeah.
so
He's got his
a good pick.
mixed up. Where's your smite, bro?
Wait. Well, he's been found.
He's out.
I mean, he's out. He's out.
Or is he?
No, he's not out. They've decided he is absolutely not out. There's the Magnus Storm down. They chase in. Boy, that was a bit of a misposition.
I think you've been nice to him there, Jake. I'm going to be honest.
That was me putting it lightly, yeah.
Lil Bro was trying to take the enemy blue buff when he's down 3k gold.
And not a jungler.
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah, that's probably a big part too. But now starting out the National, they've got... Yeah, okay, good. Get rid of that pink horde. They've got to get rid of that vision. Zapdo, though, easily to side in with that ultimate. Can he go for the steal?
Looks like they are trying to chase up, but Omen is here. Got the shuffle. MV Carry loses so much HP. Seneca jumps in, finds the knock up. There's going to be the ulti pop. Zapdo flashes over the wall to try and get that vision, but his team is getting toasted on the other side. Zapdo's down. Baron's down. Nord are one step closer to making it to the game versus Verdant. and one step closer to EMEA, but it doesn't look like Ruddy want to give it up yet. Two-man knockout comes in. Indecision lands onto Envy Carry, who launches out with the ultimate to safety. And now it's all on Mr. Spin the Block, securing one for Envy Carry already. He is running a complete mockery. Knockup lands down. Seneca caught onto. In comes Hiddo, assassinating Envy Carry. And now Hiddo chases on for Pui. Kraken Slayer procs. In comes Omen. Pigeon Man to save the day. Hiddo to mock it up. There's the ace. Over to the side of Nord.
Just one by one, the side of Nord come in to help their team. Ruddy thought they had the window. They went for the chase. First it was Hiddo, then it was Omen. And these two heroes coming in to save the day. Nord getting the Nash. They get everything they want. They get the kills. And they look like they're going to get this series.
16-5. 7k gold lead as well in this game. In case it wasn't hard enough for Ruddy to find any sort of fight there on Mountain Drakes, ever stacking on the Nord side. Two more of those and it's a soul in the back pocket of your Nordic representatives. Going up to a 3-1 record, obviously going to be a really good win for them, as Toaster now looks to be slightly caught out. Omen with the TP.
Only a little bit, because in comes bird on bird action. Toaster is down. Omen able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, Hiddo, he's just assassinating Zapdos. Oh, yes. Here's the AD Kaiser. It's been a hot minute. As they are channeling the Hex Flash here from Pui, and it's a defensive Hex Flash away.
Oof. I mean, just look at the mid, by the way. 700 gold. Bounty for Omen here. 4-0 and 8. 70 CS advantage. Now, this mid gap has just been astronomical in this series. And it's a little bit ironic. When Ruddy and Nord played each other in the regular season, Ruddy won both times. And in a post-game interview in one of those games, Envy Carry even mentioned, you know, he said, NLC mid laners, they're just not that good. And why is this Omen guy so scared of me? Well, I think he's gotten over his fear, at least in this series, and really has stepped up. And just his improvement, you know, his improvement coming into the series. No, Envy Carry.
Envy Carry, he dashes away, but Hiddo just keeps the pressure up. He does not give a damn. Pui chases, but there's the instant flash out. Envy Carry is able to escape with his life. But at what cost? Because this tower is donezo. They're going to throw the ultimate down. Instant shuffle back. Instant Zonyas. They've got themselves Seneca. He's going to come in and try and save the day. Somehow Omen survives. He tries to go for the turnaround. He tries to go for the assassination. Omen, he only went and did it. How on earth did he survive?
And we're sat here, you know, Urizia's getting 1v4'd under the turret. The last thing you expect from him is for him to dash back in. That's that improvement. That's that marked credibility that we've seen from Oman, and him stepping up in this series, looking like with an inhibitor down. Nord not going to push for anything more, but they've broken open the base, and this is looking like the final time they'll need to do it.
It's just the confidence from the mid laner here from Nord that is really striking. And it's been the big catalyst for his team's success. He has been thoroughly dominant from game 1 all the way here in game number 4. Been a big reason for his team's success. And if Nord take this win and take this series as it's looking like they will do, he's really going to go up against it and be properly tested against the likes of Verdant and maybe even natives if they get that far. And you know, just seeing the growth of Omen, man, it's special to watch. And I really want to see him. See if he can keep that up as his team progresses.
And the good thing is as well, whilst Oman has been standout carry every single game, even the one that they lost, putting up wonderful numbers, pulling out hero plays to keep them in the game for as long as they did, all 3 of these other games, Hiddo has been right alongside him with DPS. It may not be flashy, may not be him, you know, making the miracle engages, but he's playing AD carry at the end of the day. Only so much that we can anticipate from him. And Hiddo has been right there up alongside Oman, ready to teamfight and ready to put the team on the back if needed.
Yeah, Omen has been a kind of a really stellar late game insurance for his team. I think that's the best way to look at it. I'm curious on this AD build, because I know you said yesterday you prefer it more as a fun perspective. AP is obviously better, just to correct myself from what I said earlier and how I worded that question earlier. But what do you actually make of the AD build here? Do you think it was the right call? I mean, he's doing a lot with it, clearly, right?
Gives him supercharge, and I think versus 4 divers, it's really, really powerful to be able to just stealth consistently and make their assassination attempts that much harder, right? There's something to be said about the best offense is a good defense of is killing them, right? But this time he is actually using good defense of being able to stealth consistently with the Nabori.
Oh, well, there's going to be that one desperation play, but the whole time Hiddo is untouched, unable to touch him at all. As one by one, Ruddy collapsed. Their hopes here at the NLC have faded as Nord have hammered the final nail into the coffin. They don't have the wave yet, but everybody knows this is over. Nord will be going up against Verdant off the back of an amazing series. They dropped one, but it was so clean, it was so crisp, and this team looked ready for playoffs.
And what a resurgence here from Nord here in the summer split of the NLC, starting off 2-4. We didn't even know if they were going to make playoffs. It took till the last day, the regular season, for them to secure their spot. Not only did they make playoffs, but in a relatively convincing fashion if we ignore game number 3. They take it away from Ruddy and knock their way into top 3.
Yeah, that was honestly, I mean, I predicted a 3-1 series, so in that regard, I'm sort of happy, right? But Nord just looks really, really, really good, right? And I know you've been banging the drum about the fact that the team that's going to come out of this series will take down Verdant next week. But Ruddy, do you agree that Nord is looking like a team that will just absolutely smash Verdant around next week, for example?
I don't know about smash them around. I definitely agree that they have looked like the best team so far, but I don't know how much of that we can weight to Nord being genuinely very good at League of Legends, and how much of that being 3rd and 4th playing versus against 1 and 2 playing against one another. So it is a little bit tricky for me to personally judge on that, but I can't take anything away from Nord and how well they have played today.
I think my reasoning and my confidence in Nord comes really from the fact that they were a team willing to play the game. They were very willing to, understand their win conditions and play to them, and not just go, all right, we'll just rely on scaling, play for like 38 minutes of farming, and then go for like a win. They were very proactive. They took, apart from this game, in all the other games, they got first dragon. They were very good at cross mapping. They were really good at diving. They didn't misplay that much. There was a few mistakes, and even in their wins, they had a few mistakes. And I think the reason I feel Nord looked really good was because Ruddy also looked good. And I don't think that's just because it's 3rd versus 4th versus 1st versus 2nd. I think it was Ruddy played really well. They read a lot of what Nord were trying to do and weren't making mistakes, but still Nord were able to find little advantages when I think a worse team versus Nord would have got absolutely flattened in some of those games where, I go back to game number 2 where they had the Amumu on Indecision, and Zapdo was looking for a play top, and they just decide to pull it off because they see that Indecision's hovering. Amazing play by Indecision to have a read on Zapdo's positioning and just dissuade the dive. But also a good play by Zapdo not to go for that. I think a lesser team just would have gone for the play and coin tossed like what happens top lane off the back of it. And that's why I feel confident in Nord, because I feel that Ruddy played really good in this entire series. I just think Nord played a significant margin better. And versus what we saw yesterday from Natives and Verdant, those teams were scared. They knew that EMEA was on the line, and if Verdant play like that, like they did yesterday, into Nord next week, it's so doomed for them. Like, they are not making it to EMEA, so Verdant have to get their act together, because this Nord looks super scary.
Yeah, I feel like there was like one standout thing. You guys obviously touched on this a lot throughout the series today, but Omen was in one of those, I just had one of those days where he just steps up to the plate, absolutely performs out of his mind to a certain extent, and this is Seer pick and his way to his objective control, like that's like this specific second dragon fight in this final game, I believe it is, where Omen just comes in, like they have this fantastic start Ruddy, but Omen's Azir just absolutely annihilates him. Foxtrot.
Absolutely, like the thing with Azir and the reason why you pick him is because of the control that you can have. Like you neutralize a lot of lanes, which is really nice. So it's a good blind pick, but also you just kind of make the game pretty chill from a mid lane standpoint. But you don't really pick him because of his playmaking abilities or his abilities to like destroy team fights. Yeah, Omen was a great playmaker and utterly destroyed team fights. So it's like you're getting the benefit that you get by default when you pick Azir, and then some extra because he was just absolutely smurfing on kids today. Like I really do think like Omen and that Azir pick especially, Like it was so good, and Ruddy, they tried to ban it away. He picked Tristana, and it looked even more illegal than his Azir gameplay. Like there was just no answer really for him, and for me that's just so difficult in a best of 5 when you're searching for answers, whether it's in draft or in game, and you just can't find them. How are you meant to win?
Yeah, and let's talk with Indecision, the jungler from Nord Esports, which we have him on the line here. And hello, congratulations on the session. Must feel pretty good making it to lower bracket finals.
Thank you. Yeah, of course it feels good, especially after we lost.
I can't hear. Or is this on my end? It's on my end. There we go. Now I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes, this was on my end.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I said it feels really good, especially after we lost both of the games that we had against them in regular season. But we came in this series very confident because we knew last time we lost to ourselves and not really to them. So you can see the result now.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk to you about this because I feel like in the drafts, there seems to be like a specific priority, especially in the games that you won, to get you on to one of these super strong, engaged junglers with like a super impactful team fight R. Like I'm thinking about the Vi, I'm thinking about the Amumu and the likes. So was that like something that you guys really went into this series with as like a high focus point?
I mean, we just pretty much stuck to what we've been doing so far for the rest of the split. Like, we just let our carries do our thing, and I kind of facilitate and make sure everything is going on track and nobody goes like out of line, right? So I'm kind of the driver, and they're the passengers, and they're like shooting with their AKs like out of the window, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So thinking about the driving on to your next match, I guess, right? Traveling there is going to be Verdant in that lower bracket final, and I kind of want to see, because I assume you guys watched the game yesterday, or at least we'll be watching those games at some point throughout this week here. And do you guys think that with the form that Verdant showed yesterday, that you can take them on?
I mean, I think we actually have like the best macro out of any team. We just need to, like, if everything goes correctly, if everything else goes correctly, but the macro is already in line, like it's always in check. So we just have to make sure to do the right steps, to not skip any steps, to be disciplined, and we can beat any team, I'm confident.
Glad to hear it. I'll let you go now so you can get back and prepare for next week. I assume that that's going to be pretty important for you guys. So
yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and decision, and congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Have a good one.
And with that, we're going to go into an interview with Don Jake from Ruddy Esports. Jake, last time we spoke...
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Sometimes I have audio issues.
Yeah, me too. It happens. So last time we spoke, it was under much happier circumstances. You were in a very good dancing mood. This time around, I don't expect you to bust out any moves, mate.
I mean, you never know. I mean, for me, like... in times like this, it's not the first time that we've been through something like this. We had something very similar happen to us last split, obviously. I woke up today, and the main thing for me was this is a very similar occasion to what we had in spring. But at least I think spring was a lot more soul crushing because we really went out on a limb and obviously spent a lot of money. And, it was kind of do or die. And I think ultimately the pressure got to us in that way. This split, it's more bittersweet. I think the feeling I have right now at the pit of my stomach is very melancholy. It's like a melancholy bittersweet, because I think that we knew at our peak what we could do. I don't think we showed up. I mean, it's so utterly cliche to lose a series and be like, oh, we didn't play as well as we could. Like, ultimately, that's going to be the words afforded by anyone that is in the position that we're in now. But, you'll just have to believe me by my words. I feel like, ultimately, things happen like this, and it just gets like that, what we built. God, the music is so annoying, guys. We're having an emotional moment in production. Can you turn the music down? It's not like we're not in like a MLG quickscope edit. I'm just pouring my heart out here. I'm very sad. The project we built, as always, it's not about me. And whenever I do interviews like this, I never want to make it about me. We brought in 3 rookies. I think ultimately a lot of the time, the pizzazz and the antics that I put on during the split distract from the fact that what we built ultimately was at the core very rookie roster, a roster that if we had gone against Verdant has 10 times our budget, and we would have liked to have been able to compete with them. Nord is similar, obviously, similar in terms of that. So really what I want to highlight is the rookie system that we've built, and I don't want to do what every other team in other leagues and this league has done before. where you build up these rookies and you let go of them. So rest assured, I'm very committed, their consent permitting, to have the rookies that we had in for next split, because I want to build something for long term. I want to be sustainable. Yeah, and I think they had a great split. Like, shout out to them. I really shout out to the players, and I really don't want them to be affected by what happened in the series, because ultimately people bounce back. You know, like Nick's a good example. Den Boxney had a really rough series against Verdant, got knocked out in spring. He's sitting in finals right now. Ultimately, I'm very happy for him. It's rude of me to say, but I hope that Jonas, our mid laner from last split, will also make it to UM after the series. And I want to say as well, like, just not to make it about me again, but like personal message, shout out to the players. And even if we don't get them, they deserve their shot wherever they go. Beyond for me, like, love or hate me, guys, I'm going to keep doing what I do. Like, I aim to be the NLC Marmite. This league needs a villain because a lot of you are really fucking boring. No offense. And I say that with a loss. There's a lot of boredom. There's a lot of stagnation. There's a lot of people that have been doing the same thing for 8 years, expecting it to work. We're here to shake it up. We're going to keep doing it. So please allow us to piss you off as much and let us stimulate you. Love us or hate us, we're going to keep doing it. I will be at LEC finals doing my interviews that I love to do, and we've got some more stuff planning. We've got some really good stuff coming that I'm excited about. Love to everyone in Ruddy. Love to Kami. Love to Cux. Love to 496, Joey, who's been there since the start. Unfortunate series from us. Love to the fans as well. Yeah, Ruddy out, Ruddy down, I guess, on this one, but we'll have to bounce back for next year, you know?
Yeah, so no Fry by moaning, or it's going to be Ruddy down this time around.
Fry by moaning, Goovy gang, you know? That's my guy right there, free me. I might have to join Verdant next split. That's really my guy right there, man.
Yeah, so I was like asked someone on the broadcast team. I feel like I really enjoyed like your guys' different takes on specific things, right? And I know you said you have some interesting things coming. Can you kind of like spoil just a little bit about what the people can expect from you on that end?
So I don't know. Like, it's difficult for us because I have like I have a lot of issues like IRL that make it a bit harder for me to work at like maximum efficiency. But like, I don't know. For us at the moment, it's just about assembling a team. Like, we're looking for people to help me out a bit because I struggle with like the administration stuff and being a bit more organized. But like, yeah, we've got some good stuff coming. Let's just say there's a sequel spiritually to the diss track we did on Stralis. Not a diss track, but there's a rap formulation because obviously me and Regan are relatively talented writers. And for me, I just want to take Ruddy. I just want to elevate everything that we do. You know, like you see a lot of the prankster stuff we do and a lot of the just public persona stuff, pissing people off or making people love us. I'm just ready to do all of it, you know, because someone's got to do it. I mean, Jesus, it's fucking snooze fest around here, guys. Do something. Seriously, you can't just be on a team in the NLC and like just go to EUM and you post a day graphic and just call it a day. Give us a reason to care, guys. That's one of the reasons I'm pissed, because I know that I would have given people a reason to care. But once again, you know, obviously shit gets in the way. It happens. I'm salty. You can flame me for it. I'm very salty and jaded right now. It's a human, natural emotion. That being said, come on, guys. Let's get something done. We can save the NLC. Bish, bash, bosh. Yeah. I don't know. No more words. No more fancy. If you have any more questions, you can. But this is, you know.
Thank you so much for your time, Don Jake. And best of luck next, but I suppose.
Actually, no worries. Shave the beard as well, man. Been telling you for weeks, bro.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I mean, you got done dirty
that was
on the
like
way out there,
actually
bro.
like that was the first thing. Like I predicted them to go 2-0. I get the interview with Don Jake like one of the first weeks, and then he just like does me dirty like that immediately after in the interview. So it's been a bit of a thing, you know. Goes on, it happens. It is what it is at this point in time. But guys, what a day! A completely different day to the one that we had yesterday. Much more action going on here, and you can see the bracket now as it lays out here. The winner of the first series next week here between Verdant and Nord will take on Native. So either we get a completely different final or we get a rematch of the upper bracket finals here in Hip Rain. What can we expect from this semifinal?
It's actually quite a hard one to call. So I think there's a world where Verdant definitely can still win this. I think I'm leaning Nord, and I'm still standing by the fact that I think Nord probably look like the best team in playoffs now. I think, though, if Nord decide to do what they did in Game 3 and play Verdant's game, Verdant will win. Because Verdant are a team that want to play slow, steady, get a whole bunch of farm onto them, and then just, like, win with 300 CS on their carries. Nord showed today that they're a team that are very capable and proactive, picking kind of these ease of execution, press your R, start the fight, win the fight scenarios. So I feel like if Nord play like they did today, it's a 3-0. Genuinely, I have full belief Nord will just 3-0 Verdant. But if they try to play a slower paced game, they try to play into the pocket of Verdant, then Gooby's going to get fed. The game's going to be completely over because he's going to have 300 CS and the game's just going to be really rough. And I think at that point, it is Verdant to take that win. But I really feel Nord showed us a very proactive team today. And I hope they don't get scared by the fact they're playing versus the first out of the regular season. And a team that did look very strong throughout the regular season, because I think right now Verdant look way weaker than they did in the regular season.
I think that's an interesting point. It's like our best teams, as the season closed, the regular season closed, it didn't look quite as dominant as they had like during the real body of the regular season. And I think for me, just a quick look forward to the Nord Verdant series. It's difficult to call, but I think stylistically speaking, Verdant should fare a lot better versus Nord, because I think Naito is going to really give it to Omen. Like Naito will be one of the he'll be the toughest opposition that Omen's likely to face. And outside of that, Nile in the top side, right? We identified in the third game that Nord lost. A lot of it was kind of just solo kills from Shihan up against Kachkos, and Nile is the best top laner we have, so he will put a lot of pressure onto Kachkos, and that could be a thing. That could be a point of pain there for Nord, and if they don't have an answer for it, then it could certainly be a reason why they struggle.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the predictions here that we had coming in to today, because as we can see, there's only 2 people that were predicting what happened, like who was going to win the series. That would be Middlecut and Aragon. Both of them got them right. Aragon managing to get something right for once. That's actually gained points for once.
Bro, the world's ending. It's over. Aragon actually got predictions almost 100%. We're in some serious trouble. It's trouble. Man.
It's so Joe over here. And I think there's not really much to say here either. Like, I think a lot of people here expected the 3-1 to come through. We predicted a pretty close series. I think most people kind of expected this to go Ruddy's way, and some of the people that kind of prevented that from happening are the players that kind of shown through today from North. So let's go look at the player of the match here. I mean, there's only one choice, easy. Right? It's the one in the middle.
So easy, bro. It's so easy. It's Omen. Like, anyone who doesn't go for Omen. I like Indecision played great. Hiddo played absolutely amazing as well. But like, Omen was just a cut above today. He really looked like the best player in the lobby.
Yeah, and he was the best player in the lobby. Like, even in the game that he lost, he was still very, very effective and was kind of like the shining hope for Nord. Just everything. He just did everything right. He was the rock and the cornerstone and the catalyst and everything else that you want to describe.
Yeah, and remember, guys, that you have a final say over Twitter as well out there in the public if you want to vote at the NLC LOL Twitter handle. As I said yesterday, is still twitter.com, so it's twitter.com at NLC LOL, and you can go with that and put in a vote. And I think that with that being said, guys, I think there's nothing else we need to get through. And unless Foxtrap, I kind of asked you this when you had your final cast last time, but now I want to hear a prediction on who is going to win the NLC Summer 2023.
That's a toughie. I'm gonna say Verdant.
What?
Yep. And that's why. Just to piss off.
No, drop the bomb. Refuse to elaborate. Witter, can you please end the show?
Yes. With that, you heard Rudo Production. Thank you so much for watching, everyone out there in the chat today. As always, we'll be back next week, same time Tuesday, and then all the finals will happen on Saturday next week, so no Wednesday show. So gotta keep that one in mind here. With that said, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all next week.
Big changes are coming to the NLC grassroots system, and here is a full rundown of what is coming. The Northern League Championship, commonly known as the NLC, covers the northern part of European League of Legends and feeds into the prestigious EMEA Masters Tournament system. The NLC combines Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Malta, Ireland and the United Kingdom into one ecosystem, and now the grassroots scene is getting a revamp. Today, the NLC consists of 4 divisions. Moving forwards, divisions 3 and 4 are dissolved and will move back into a national system spread out over the 5 sub-regions of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United Kingdom and Ireland. Fear not, Iceland and Malta, you're not forgotten. Players from these 2 countries can freely roam as residents in all 5 sub-regions. Each sub-region will be operated by a trusted local tournament organizer. Maybe you recognize any familiar faces. National competition is a part of our region's roots, and now it's back to revive the spark and thrill of national rivalries that we used to love. Hold on though, that's not all. In addition to the national leagues, a brand new NLC ladder will see the light of day. On the NLC ladder, teams can join at any point during the split and compete. By challenging other teams to a match and winning, teams can rack up points and climb the leaderboard, taking all of the best parts of your ranked ladder experience with your team straight into the NLC ecosystem. Look out for more information about the ladder system later this year. Now onto the part that all sub-regional teams are fighting to reach, the NLC Regional Promotional Series. The NLC RPS is an interface between NLC Division 2, as we know it, and the new national leagues. At the end of each split, each national league sends 2 champions to the NLC RPS. The national leagues will be joined by the 2 bottom teams from the NLC Division 2, as well as the top 2 teams of the NLC ladder. Come out as one of the 2 winners and your team has secured a spot in the NLC Division 2 for the coming split. The rest will return to their respective national leagues. With all of these new implementations, the competitive year will be divided into 3 splits for our sub-regions: spring, summer, and autumn. The NLC Divisions 1 and 2 will continue as we know it, with the spring and summer split. While the national leagues will play in spring alongside the Aurora Cup in autumn, the NLC ladder will be active for all 3 splits. Due to the imbalance, the NLC RPS will only run for the spring and autumn splits, meaning the NLC ladder summer split won't allow entrance.